Well, we're going to be talking today. I'm going to wait for a couple of people to come on. I just gave like a last minute notice about doing a live. So I'm going to wait. I haven't done a live in a very, very long time. So I'm thinking that a lot of people are probably at work because it's one of those hours of the day where people are at work. And it's also, I haven't done a live in a really long time, so I don't expect anyone to hop on right away. So, we're going to talk today about what is happening with this missing woman here in the Dominican Republic. So I'm going to wait for a couple of more people to hop on. I haven't done a live in so long, and it is hot right now. I don't know if all my makeup is like running down. I feel like I look like I just came out of an 80s rock video. Right? I have like this suit on. I don't know if you guys can see. Oh my gosh, I hope you guys can't see it. It's a bodysuit. So you might be able to see my pants right here. I mean my skin right there. Anyway, giving you guys a little flash it today as it's hot out. But at the same time, I wanted to come at you guys and talk to you about what is happening here. Now, I'm going to get right into it. We have 9 people there. I'm going to wait for one more person to come on. We got 10. All right. Hey, everyone. Thank you so much for joining me. Again, I haven't done a live in so long. I used to do them like at least once a week on a Sunday from Playa Sosua, from Sosua Beach. I called it Sosua Sundays, but I haven't really been doing that for like a couple of years now. And I get so busy, and then on Sundays, I really just want to rest. But I just want to bring a couple of you guys up to speed who might not know what's going on. I'll give you like the Coles Notes version. So there was a young lady from Pittsburgh University. She came here and she went to Punta Cana. She came here to the Dominican Republic, and she went to Punta Cana with her friends. It was an all-girls trip, 6 of them. And they came here to Punta Cana, and they stayed on a resort for the March break, right? We call it March break in Toronto in Canada. I don't know what you guys call it around the world, but some people call it winter break, school break, or whatever. So she came here with her girls, and, she was having a really good time. Now, one thing I will say is, when people come here and they start having a good time and they're only 20, that's sometimes a really important thing to be mindful of. It could really be a recipe for disaster. But I'm going to read to you guys a little bit right here before I get into anything else. So at first, her body couldn't be found. I did a video on it yesterday, and at first her body wasn't found, and it's still not found. Her body is still missing. But the person who said that they saw her last, his stories are changing a lot, and we now are sure that he is an American and not a Dominican. So let me put on these big badass glasses. Okay, so I'm just going to start from the top. We're going to read together. The clothes were found with no signs of violence. And her name is, I'm going to pronounce it wrong, Sudiksha. I'm going to try that again. Sudiksha. Anyway, her clothes were found on a beach lounger on the beach in Punta Cana with no signs of violence observed at the scene. According to sources close to the investigation, this is what was reported. The discovery adds another element of mystery to the young woman's disappearance. And so they're saying that that's a little bit too much. Like, her clothes were found, and it's such a mystery that her body's not found, and her clothes were like no sign of violence. But now we're going to talk about the family. The family demands answers. They're desperate for answers. They arrived in Punta Cana on Friday afternoon, just a day after she disappeared. The young woman's parents, accompanied by 2 uncles and a family friend who lives in the area, have been working closely with authorities. According to the cameras, at 5:55 a.m. Now, here are a few important points that we're going to discuss. According to the camera, at 5:55 a.m., 5 women and a 22-year-old American, Carter Johnson, left the beach, leaving the young lady, Sudiksha. I want to do her name justice, man, but here we go. Sudiksha and Rebe behind. Sudiksha's friends told authorities that they were left in the water, but I'm so sorry, guys, for butchering this. I'm one of those people that if I don't get it right, man, I gotta keep going at it. I'm just gonna call her the young lady. The guy Ribe, Ribe, we're going to talk about him in a second too. So the young lady's friends told authorities that they were left in the water, but the young lady was not seen after that point. The names of the girls of the friends are Konanki, Chaudhry, and then 21-year-old Raman, 20-year-old Ananya, 20-year-old Shaleen, and 21-year-old Shivani, 22-year-old Komal, and 22-year-old, that's it. So Rebe, the person that they left him with, meanwhile, was caught leaving the beach at 9:55 a.m., according to the footage. However, there are no cameras on the beach that could shed light on what happened during those critical 4 hours. So they left at 5:55 in the morning. They were all at a nightclub, okay? The 6 girls, and they're all between the ages of 20 and 22. So they're very young girls, all excited coming to the Dominican Republic. Some of you might know what it's like when you were younger going on vacation and to come to a Caribbean island. It's great just planning it. Great just getting on the plane, getting your outfits together, and you have 5 other friends with you because there were 6 girls all together. Well, they must have met a few guys on the resort because the one guy that was left behind with her in the water obviously is a guy, not one of the girls. And then, of course, there was a guy that left with the other 5 women. So these girls must have just been enjoying life, and they felt no element of crime around them, no element of danger around them. And this is the Dominican Republic. I mean, they were on a resort. It's probably very safe right there. Not probably, 100% sure safe. And that's most likely why the girls were like, oh, let's leave our friend in the water. Now, this is the thing. I am not what you would call a mother hen at all. And, when it comes to the end of the night, I am one of those friends where I will be like, okay, like, bye. You don't want to come back. I'm looking out for me, right? At the end of the day, if I'm somewhere and it's like, dark, 5 o'clock in the morning, the sun's just coming up, and I know she's safe because it's 5:55 in the morning. We've been out all night. And I'm one of those girls where I'm like, okay, yeah, we do stick in a group, but it's morning and this girl still wants to swim. We need to get back to the hotel. We'll come right back for her and like after breakfast type of thing. That's what it could have been. Now, what this young man is saying is that they were in the water and all of a sudden a big wave came and swallowed them up. Now, I can believe all that. I can. I live just down the street from the beach, and especially 4 or 5 o'clock in the morning, I can sometimes on a chilly day, I can hear the waves splashing against the rocks at the Playa Sosua, the Sosua Beach Bay. And especially if it was like a rainy night the night before or anything of that nature, I could definitely hear the waves. And I am maybe about a 4-minute walk away. So I could imagine that, yes, she maybe had a couple of drinks that night. She's just letting the sun come up. They're in the water. They're having a great time. She's on, her school break, her March break. She's going to make the best of it. This is what I'm thinking. And him, what was he doing? What took him 4 hours to actually go back and get help? Now, his story has changed a couple of times. There are so many things that we can put in that place. Like, was he drunk and he just didn't realize it? Like, did he forget the story? Was he trying to look for her the whole time? Did he not want to leave the beach because he was thinking that maybe he could find her? Was he on the beach screaming? There are no cameras on the beach. Was he on the beach screaming for help and then finally decided to go and get help? You know, there's just so many questions that I have now that the timing is out, because that's exactly where things start to change. Now, this cat is already back in the United States. He's being interviewed by the FBI, and the parents are irate, understandably so. They're like angry and they're not having it. And I understand that, you know, I mean, this is a very young girl. She's 20 and she was the youngest of the whole entire pack. 6 girls and she's 20. The other one's like 21 and the other one's like 22. I mean, the younger one of the bunch usually is sometimes the rebellious one, and sometimes the one that just wants to have that extra amount of fun. You know, her photos look like she has a fun face, a jovial disposition. She's such a pretty young lady, and she probably attracted a lot of men, but this has nothing to do with a Dominican hurting her on this island or her meeting a Dominican man. This has nothing to do with her having a relationship, a love affair with a Dominican in the time that she was visiting here. Nothing like that. This has 100% to do with her choice to stay on the beach with this one guy, and they were in the water. Now, he's going to have to do a lot of answering when it comes to the timeline. Now, when I look at the timeline, okay, so at first they said 4:15 they saw her on the beach. Guess what that was? There are no cameras on the beach. So the last time they saw her, she was leaving the club that's on the hotel, and she was going to the beach at 4:15. So she was out of the camp. That's the last time anyone had ever seen her. She never left the beach. So now here she is on the beach, 4:15. She's with her 5 friends, and then this Carter dude and this Reby or dude, this other dude, right? So there's 8 of them. So then 6 of them are like, we're heading out, you know, we're going now at 5:55 a.m. So, did they stay in the water? Because the friends said when they left, she was in the water, right? So, did she stay in the water from 5:55 until 9 something when he was seen? When was he seen again? 9:55. He was seen at 9:55 a.m. That's too many hours. You're going to be in the water that long? You know, like even if you're like, okay, totally intoxicated from the night before, you know, enjoying life, even if you have drinks on the beach, even if you're just chilling and everything, you're going to go out of the water and then maybe back in, out and back in again. You know, at some point you're going to be like, let me go to the hotel room. Now, my question is this. Did this guy try to take advantage of her? That is all of our questions. I think that's our question no matter where the guy is from, right? He's from America as well. But did he try to take advantage of her? And then all of a sudden she started to scream. And then maybe because she looks like she could be a feisty one, she looks like she could be right on her toes. And she was in university, smart young lady. She could have said to him, you touch me and I'm going to call the authorities and you will end your butt up in jail right here in the Dominican Republic. You don't want to be in jail in the Dominican Republic. Maybe he went way far overboard. Maybe he was intoxicated. And now I'm just alleging these things right now, you know, because that's exactly what I think we do as human beings. We start to come up with some maybe certain things that could have really happened because her body is not found. I don't think he took it and dismembered it in those 4 hours. And, you know, where would he find a knife, a machete? Like, where would he find this stuff? So obviously, you know, her body will be like either come back to shore or it will just sink to the bottom of the sea, unfortunately. And they do know that that's where her body was last seen, because they don't have cameras on the beach, but they have cameras outside of the beach. So as soon as they would move outside of the beach going more towards the hotel, they would have been seen. You know, if he was doing anything funky, like going to getting a knife or doing anything crazy, then they would have seen him. But they only saw him one time at 9:55 in the morning. Why 9:55 in the morning? So that's 4 hours he has to talk about, and his story has already changed. We don't know what his stories are so far. He just said one big wave came and took her in. Now, it could be that, you know, he took advantage of her, and then he took her out there and held her underwater. You know, we have to really think hard about that. I really, I mean, I watch true crime. I'm one of those women. I watch true crime, guys. I even have a true crime channel called Fairfax Files that I just started about 3 weeks ago. And I'm really that person that I look out for people. I hurt for people. And, you know, so I'm kind of like a passionate amateur sleuth. And so I think to myself, as probably a lot of you guys are also thinking, you know, what really happened to her? Are we that foolish to think that she's a 20-year-old beautiful young lady on a beach with a guy, 5:55 in the morning? Maybe throughout the night they were doing a little flirting. Maybe throughout the night he thought he had a sure shot there, and maybe he felt like, you know, he's going to push himself on her. She's just being a COCK tease, you know. Maybe he felt like, whoa. Maybe he's even shocked himself that he did that. I don't know. When guys get drinking, and when guys get on the beach, and when guys are with a woman that they might have been getting the mixed signal from her all night, and then he all of a sudden, maybe even they kissed and he wanted to take it further. You know, these are all just, I'm surmising right now. And so let me see. Murph from Canada. Hey, how you doing? Oh my gosh. Okay, Cliff, Cerise rocking that outfit. Oh, I feel like I think I feel like I'm from oh my gosh, you guys can see the bottom there. It's a bodysuit. I feel like I look like I'm from an Olivia Newton-John music video. Anyway, he would have defensive wounds, I think. Very good. And let me see. Jimmy says, you're always a sweetheart smiling. Oh, thank you, sweetheart. I appreciate that. I try my best. You know, not every day is a good day, but I try to make the best out of every day. And yes, down there, let me see. What was your name again? Sorry. Tone Polo Travel Solo. Absolutely. He would have had defensive wounds on him if he was trying to drown her. That's right. Because if we do take it there, because that's a very, very good observation. If we do take it there, let's say they were going in and out of the water, and then they're on the lounge chair, and, you know, they're kissing, and then he tries to take advantage of her, and, you know, he does, and then he drags her into the water and drowns her, right? That's probably the most logical explanation if he really did do something. But he would have defensive wounds, because she does look like that type of girl that would fight back. She does look like that type of girl that would be like, no, 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 and scratch the heck out of him. You are right. So, you know, sometimes there's nothing, you know, like nothing negative happening. Sometimes it just really is a very simple situation. Like, for instance, they're in the water, you know, they were in there and they were out all night, and it could be that there was a riptide that came in. She wasn't strong enough to swim against it. Guys, when there's a riptide that comes in, like the wave comes in uneven and stuff of that nature, don't try to swim against it at all, because it will pull you under. Swim sideways and go around it. Swim sideways. And like, if you can't, then just wait. Just wait. Don't panic, and don't try to get to shore right away. when that big wave is trying to take you under. I mean, that's my advice, but I mean, look it up online. It's just that everyone that I've seen here get stuck in a riptide that happen to save themselves, I see them swim to the side of it. I don't see them swim through it. So something you might want to think about, especially you guys are watching my channel, and that means you guys do come to the Dominican Republic, or it must mean that you are invested in it somehow. Maybe you want to come, and one of the places you're going to be when you come here is the beach. So be mindful of that 100%. But yeah, Tone, you are so right. That's exactly, I would have to agree with you on that one right there. Oh my gosh, when there is a true crime out there, that's one of the first things that people get caught with, cuts. And that's what becomes the first question from the police. So maybe he does have defensive wounds and we just don't know yet. And maybe that's why he changed his story, because it is being spoken about right now, rumored, I guess, or insinuated that he has changed his story a couple of times. And if he didn't do anything to her, it could be that there was no foul play, but maybe he just, was drunk, intoxicated, forgets most of the night. Maybe he even fell asleep on the lounger himself, and then he woke up and she was gone. Maybe that's what could have happened, if we just take it to not being suspicious of somebody all the time. Like, yeah, Cerise, because I'm thinking to myself now, why am I taking it to true crime, right? It could be that he decided to stay on the beach with her, and she could have been one of those girls to say, oh no, I don't want to leave yet. This water is so warm. It's so great. It's so fun. I'm enjoying myself so much. Just stay with me a little while longer. And it could be that he did. And he's like, okay, well, I don't want to be in the water any longer. I'm just going to go on the lounging chair. And maybe he fell asleep. And that's why he was seen at 9:55 in the morning, leaving the beach. Maybe he woke up and he's like, whoa, I don't know where she went. But remember, he did say that a big wave took her under. So was he also in that wave? And then he got off the beach and then he starts looking for her, right? Or was he sitting on the lounger, waiting for her to have her fun, being a total gentleman, thinking, okay, yeah, I'm going to wait with her because she's just one of those girls that just wants to stay up all night. All her friends left the beach. I got to be responsible for her. I can't leave her here alone. So, let me just sit here and just watch her swim. Because there are really cool dudes out there like that really will just sit there and be like, yeah, let her just have her fun. She's on vacation and, I like her, so I'm just going to have her back while I'm here. I don't want anyone else coming on the beach hurting her. And it could have been an element of that. There are so many different things. But right now, as it's being reported, the parents are very angry at this young man. And they want this young man detained, and they want some type of answers from him, because all of his answers seem like he's retracting his statement and then bringing another one back out again. So it's becoming very confusing for the family, understandably so. 20-year-old daughter in university, doing well for herself. She comes to the Dominican Republic with her friends, all around the same age, all hanging out, And then you find out that your daughter is the one that decided to stay back from the group girls and decided to stay with a dude, 5 o'clock in the morning, all alone on the beach. And then you got to get to a point where you can't really be, when the truth comes out, they can't blame the boy, and they can't blame their daughter either, because obviously she, was having fun. But at the end of the day, they have to remain blameless when the truth does come out. And I know that a lot of parents sometimes, when they lose their children, they want more of an explanation. I know one woman, her son committed, powed himself in the head. And this was many, many years ago. And his girlfriend was in the house with him. He found out his girlfriend was cheating on him. So he went into the bathroom, and he was only like 18 years old. He went into the bathroom and he powed himself, apparently, That's what the police say. And the girlfriend heard it. The girlfriend ran to the bathroom to see what was happening, and she called the 911 immediately. 911 ruled out any foul play. They said it looked like a self-inflicted gun wound. But this is the thing. The mother didn't believe it. Until this day, the mother suffers with that situation, and she feels like the police didn't do the proper investigation. And this happens quite often with people who lose their children. And so I'm just praying that the parents can find some type of peace when the truth comes out. Either way, if their child was taken or if their child was just swallowed up by the sea. Either way, I hope they can find some type of peace, because none of us could ever imagine, unless it has happened to us, what it feels like to lose a child. Let me see here. Rich's Method, how you doing? Oh, wait, we have a couple of other people here. We have Carlos. Sure. Yes. Then we have Gerard. Hi, glad to hear from you on this topic. Thank you so much. And then names sound like Indian. They are Indian, Jay. They are Indian. You're right. And Rich's Method, let's face it, all girls trip, AKA came to get a oh gosh, it went up. Came to get down by a swanky panky, like guys go for the punani and well, you know what, Rich's Method, but she may have ended up freaking off with it was an American guy. That's what I'm going to get to. You're just getting in here. Bike text, or whatever it says. I'm sorry. These glasses look like they can read a whole lot, but they're not. How common are abductions in the DR? Okay, those are two really great questions. So Rich's Method, it was an American dude. His name was Riibe, Riibe. I don't know how to pronounce it, but it was an American dude. She was with 5 of her girlfriends, so 6 girls all went on a trip to Punta Cana. And then they went to the club on the resort. The last time they were seen was 4:15 a.m. going to the beach. And then at 5:55 a.m., her 5 friends and another dude, his name's Carter, another American guy, went back to the hotel. And they left her there with one dude. And that was another American. He's in America right now. So I don't really know what's going on right there, but he's changed his story a few times, and the FBI is on it. Now, abductions in the Dominican Republic, I haven't heard of so many abductions. I do know that there are some crazy things that a lot of tourists will get themselves into, and it usually has something to do with the working girls. Like I've heard a guy, he got killed over here in his Panola villas about maybe 4 years ago. And then another guy, he was taken out in his car, like not taken out, but like taken outside of his place and taken out in his car, shot dead about maybe 4 weeks ago. And may he rest in peace, because he was a very well-known veteran here in Sosua, and he got killed. And so not so much abductions do we hear of. We hear more of guys getting hurt, and it usually has to do with the working girls. And there are some women that also have been killed in the time that I've lived here as well. Like an older woman, she was here. She was killed by her husband and her husband's son, Dominican guys. But it's not always Dominicans that are doing this, So we really have to make sure that we set the standard straight. We set the record straight. That when tourists get here, they get themselves in trouble a lot of the times. Tourists, they will drink and they will drive. That happens a lot. They get into problems because they'll hit somebody else as they're drinking and driving, and then they end up in jail, and then they end up having, sometimes they kill a Dominican or another tourist, right? So a lot of the times we do hear a lot about that. But not so much home invasions or abductions so much, at least not here in Sosua. I don't know about Santiago, and I can't speak for Santo Domingo because it's not where I live. But here, where I live on the North Coast, more specifically in Sosua, very close also to Cabarete, so I can speak on the behalf of Cabarete and Sosua. And yeah, like even anywhere from Sosua, like I can even talk about Montiano and also Los Cerros, Los Castillos, all of those places going towards Puerto Plata are relatively safe. We don't hear about home invasions or abductions by any tourists by any means. I mean, I'm sure that things have happened, but again, it usually has to do with a lot of the men. Now, Richard says, well, it's industry where on paper it's frowned upon, but allowed as an organized or had leader. Women on their own can choose whatever they accept for. Yes. I predict this is a relationship issue or just drowned. Yeah, I think she just drowned. Like, unless, because this guy, right, was not part of her trip. This guy that she was left on the beach with was not part of her trip. He was another American guy. Remember, there were the 6 girls and the 2 guys. The 5 girls, her friends that she came here with, took off and left her on the beach at 5:55 a.m. They're like, we're going. Like, we've been out all night. We were at the club, and then we went to the beach 4:15 in the morning, you know, probably just to kind of have fun because they're young. They're all between the ages of 20 and 22. But those girls were like, yeah, I'm tired. I'm going home. 5 of them out of the 6 skedaddled. 5 of them were like, no, this is too much. It's too, you know. And they obviously didn't sense anything negative about this guy that they left her with. Now, I'm wondering, the guy that they left her with, the Riibe, that's how you spell his name, and then the other guy that left with them, I'm wondering if those 2 guys are friends. I'm wondering if these 6 girls were hanging around on the resort. They met these other 2 guys that are their age and, you know, hanging out with them. It all seems pretty innocent. I can't tell you how many times I went to Cuba on a resort and you meet people. And like the first day you meet them, you're only there for 7 days. The first day you meet them and you become like lasting best friends. I've gone to Cuba so many times and met people that I still speak to till this day. And one of the women that I met there, I brought here to the Dominican Republic 7 years ago, and she still lives here herself. We don't hang out any longer, but we know each other from Cuba because she followed me here. So there are friendships that you make when you're on vacation, and a lot of you guys know that. A lot of you guys watching this right now, you guys know you meet people. So it could be that the girls were just like, yo, we know this guy from the last couple of days. These 2 seem to really like each other. They're hitting it off, you know? Again, we can only come up and right now kind of speculate and just surmise and just try to think, okay, what really happened? Did he try to take advantage of her? But then Tone said over here, up above a little bit, I don't know if it's Tone or Tony, sorry about that, but he was saying like he would have some defensive marks on him. But maybe he does have defensive marks on him. This dude changed his stories already. And if any of you guys watch true crime, that is one of the things you don't do. As soon as you sit down and speak to the police, you got to give them that story and you got to stick to it and make sure it's true because they will pick all kinds of lies out. So did he change his story because he was drunk? And he's like, oh my gosh, yeah, I'm remembering this now. Or did he change his story because he does have scratches and there is something that's looking foul playish, you know? Because the police will get right to the bottom of it. The police here in the Dominican Republic, they have forensics here. Like I have a client that just died yesterday, actually. Oh my gosh, yeah, yesterday. Hold on, I need to take a drink of water here. Yesterday, he died in the apartment that I got him. Oh my gosh, I'm going to be doing a story time about that on Thursday. It's going to be called Man Dies in Airbnb in Sosua. So I don't want to get too much into it now, but spoiler alert. Yeah, you know, anyway, it's kind of really sad and I don't really want to cry right now, but let me just read this. I saw that the family hired the same private, whoops. I saw that the family hired the same private investigator and used in the Natalie Holloway incident. That's not necessary. I'll talk on that, but I don't think that's necessary. Rich's method. How about the guy, Scott something, in the Bahamas whose girlfriend went missing? He also offered her, and people were blaming for the foreign country, dangerous also. You know, the thing is this, the Natalie Holloway, for you guys who don't know, she went to, like, I think it was like the Bahamas or Bermuda or like somewhere, and there was a guy there who, his father was like a diplomat or something of that nature, and that guy was going back and forth to court, back and forth to jail, and they just couldn't nail him down. But finally, it came down to it that he actually did admit to it, as far as I know. But he wasn't a local. But he was kind of like a local. I don't think he was born there, but I think he was raised there. But I don't think this is the same type of situation because, you know, it just seems like, because this is another tourist that was with her, and the tourist is saying that a big wave took her out. And, you know, so, I mean, and they have videos when you come off the beach. They don't have any videos on the beach, but they're showing like that he was on the beach with her. I don't know. It could definitely be that he did take advantage of her. It could be that he took advantage of her, and then, maybe he was on the beach hoping to get something when all the friends left the beach. Hopefully, maybe he thought he was going to get something good while he was on vacation, and she wasn't giving it up. And it could be that he just pushed her head underwater and, she drowned. What could she do if they're underwater? I mean, if you look at it, and if yes, they were on the beach, right? Because the friends said that they left them at 5:55 a.m. and it was just the two of them on the beach, the young lady that went missing and the guy that they left her with. So it was those two on the beach together. Okay. So let's say he was trying to take advantage of her. Her clothes were on the lounging chair, and it didn't show any signs of violence, which means her clothes were not ripped off her. They were leaned over on the lounging chair, right? You know how you just kind of fold your clothes and put them on the lounging chair? That's how they were. No signs of violence, no signs of them getting ripped off or anything of that nature. So apparently, when the friends left her, she was in the water at 5:55 a.m. And they said that the guy was in the water with her. Now, the guy is saying that, yes, they were in the water, but a wave came and took her away. Now, how come the wave didn't take him away? A big wave, right? Maybe he's a strong swimmer, or maybe he was on the shore. Maybe, again, like I said earlier, he's just like, this girl, man, she doesn't want to come out of the water. She's really enjoying her vacation. I'm not going to get involved with that. I like her. I want to hit that. So I'm just going to let her swim all she wants. I'm just spending time with her. Was it that? And then all of a sudden the wave came? Or the other thing is, why, if that's so, why did he leave the beach at 9:55 a.m.? That's almost 10 o'clock. That's 4 hours later. Were they in the water together all that time? Because I'm telling you something right now, 9:55 a.m., the waves usually are not that rough. At 4 o'clock in the morning, the waves are usually pretty rough here in Playa Sosua anyway, because I can hear them from my bedroom when I'm sleeping. Especially when it's a rough night, I can hear the water hit the rocks. And so, it could be like 5 o'clock in the morning or whatever, 6 o'clock in the morning. But 10 o'clock in the morning, pretty much, he was running. I don't know if he was running, but he left the beach. They have him on camera leaving the beach at 9:55 in the morning. What happened after that? Did he go to the office? Did he look for help? did he, like, why wasn't there anybody walking on the beach at 9:55 in the morning? Even at 7 o'clock in the morning here on Playa Sosua, it's not even a resort. And we have people on the beach at like 7:30 in the morning, 8 o'clock in the morning, cleaning up from the day before, getting all the chairs ready for the storefronts. 8 o'clock in the morning, you go on Playa Sosua and you start to see everything get put together. So why was it 9:55 in the morning on a resort beach and no one was there at 9:55? Oh, come on. That just sounds so strange to me. I wonder if it was like off on a little bit more of a secluded part of that beach there. I don't know, because if so, then it could have been rougher waters. And we know young people as well. Sometimes they want to smoke a little bit of Bob Marley. They want to drink a little bit more. So they take themselves to a little bit more of a secluded area. It could have very well been that. Maybe they got a little bit of Bob Marley from the disco that they were at and they decided that they want to go on the beach and smoke. Like, these are just things that I'm coming up with, off the top of my head, because I do know that where there are like beaches, generally where there are beaches, where there are like resort areas, the beaches are not that rough. Right. And there's usually, it's usually catered to tourists. Right. But sometimes the water can get rough. So anyway, back to that. He was with her from 5:55 in the morning until 9:55 in the morning. So something happened during that time. I was thinking that maybe he got tired and he just went and slept on the loungers for a moment. But no, he said that he saw a big wave take her away. Again, was he in that same wave? Or like, was he on the shore? Like, what? Was he in the water with her and trying to get her to kiss him, maybe rub him, or maybe get her aroused while they're in the water, and she kept refusing? Maybe he, grabbed her by her leg as she was trying to walk out, and, maybe he was just like pissed off, and maybe he put her head underwater. You never know. Maybe he was playing games with her. Gosh, there's just so many maybes and so many speculations, and it doesn't help that he keeps changing his story. But I will say this, I am very happy, so thrilled that is not a Dominican that did this, that was with her last, because it would really affect tourism here. It would really make people afraid here, because it doesn't go on often here. Even the Sankey Panky dudes, like, you know what I mean? Like, they don't even, they're just like child's play, most of the Sankey Panky dudes. They just want a new pair of, shoes, and they just want like some money to go out with their buddies, and they want a brand new cell phone. They're not really into taking a whole entire human body and disposing of it. Like, that's just not something that's so common here. So that's why I'm really happy that I'm not happy that this happened to the young lady. Don't get me wrong. I'm actually very sad for her and her family, because they may never find any peace if they never find her body. And that is a huge sea out there, or the ocean. And so I really do feel bad for the parents. But at the same time, again, just for the economy here, and just for when tourists come here and do really silly things. I have seen tourists do so many silly things, and they forget, because they come to an island where they are accepted, and this island caters to tourism. And they get here and they're allowed to drink and drive. They'll get drunk, and they'll drive from like Cabarete to Sosua, and they'll do it during the daytime as well. Right? They'll think, oh, it's daytime. It's not nighttime. I can drink and drive. And I get where they're coming from, because, at night it gets dark, and it's really dark, and it's probably really, much more difficult to drive drunk at night. So they think during the day it's all right, but it's never all right. It's never all right, because once you are driving on these roads here, there are a lot of motorcycles that may not know that you are drunk. and they just assume that you are driving and you have your wits about you, and so they feel like they can scoot out in front of you, and sometimes they're very disrespectful. A lot of these motorcycle drivers, they think they can get in front of you and scoot around. Meanwhile, someone's drunk and they react differently, and a lot of the times they will hit a motorcycle, and a lot of the times motorcycles, the passengers die, the motorcycle drivers die. I mean, there's crashes constantly, and it usually has to do with a tourist that's drinking, or, I mean, not only a tourist that's drinking, but a Dominican that's drinking as well. Anyway, I went way off the deep end right there with that explanation, but that's like the most common thing that I see tourists do here. And I'm not talking about 20-year-olds. I'm talking about people who are like at my age group, 50, and even like 40, 60. I was with a guy one day and we were hanging out, and he got a car rental and we drove to Cabarete. He's like, come along with me to Cabarete, Cerise. I want to go out there and get some tires put on, blah, blah, blah. So we went to Mojitos in the meantime while he was getting some tires put on his car. So we're sitting there, and I said to him, I was like, we got a couple of drinks on, right? And then the guy kept calling him to say, the guy that was doing his tires kept calling him to say that they weren't ready yet, just hang on and everything. And I said to him, well, since you already had so many drinks, why don't you just get them to drive the car to you? Because they said that they would drive the car to him to Mojitos. Don't worry, just sit there. We'll bring the car to you, right? And I said, well, why don't you just get them to bring it to like Sosua? Like, that's the most logical thing, I think, right? And he was like, no, I want to drive my own car, And I said, then you should start drinking some water, And he's like, no, I'm going to be all right. I'm going to be up. That bad boy got up and he went to the bathroom, and I saw him stumble. And I said, my ass is not getting in that car today. I already saw how much he drank. He was drinking mojitos, plus he was drinking tequila shots on the side. And I don't drink like that. I can drink. I like to go out and have a couple of drinks, wine or whatever. I'll drink a cocktail of drinks. I don't have like a favorite type of drink. I'll drink red wine. I'll drink white wine. I'll drink a margarita. I'll drink a beer. It doesn't matter for me. But this guy was on this, but I don't do shots. And this guy was on this, drink one mojito, drink a shot. And he's like, drink a shot, have a shot, and he kept on trying to push these shots on me. And I already made up my mind. I am not going home with dude, And I told him, I was like, listen, I really feel that you should just get them to drop your car off to you in Sosua. And he said to me, oh, I'm all right. And that's what happens when people get drinking. They get stupid and they think, oh, I'm okay, I'm all right. And what did he do? He got his car sent to him. The driver went to Cabarete to pick him up. I left. I was like, I'm not staying any longer. I'm going home. Come in a cab with me, blah, blah, blah. And he's like, no, I'm good. Just stay. And I left. But apparently when I was leaving, the guy came with the car at the same time. And this was a Dominican that brought his car to him. And the Dominican said, no, I'm not giving you the keys. And the guy was like, this is my car. I'm calling the police. You're trying to steal my car. And he was just going all out of control. Then the guy contacted me, right? My buddy, he contacted me and he's like, where are you right now? And I said, I'm in the cab. Do you want me to turn around and come get you? And he's like, yeah, come back and get me. And I'm like, oh my gosh, I can tell that there was some commotion. And I said, is everything all right? And he's like, no, everything's not all right. Talk to this mother effer. Because the guy didn't speak very good English, right? My buddy didn't speak any Spanish, but the guy that was dropping off the car didn't speak really good English. So he put me on the phone to speak to the guy. And I said to the guy, I'm like, ¿Qué pasa? What's up? And he's told me in Spanish, he's like, your friend is very drunk and I don't feel comfortable giving him the keys to the car. Not only for him, but also for my people on the street. There are a lot of people on the street at this time during the day and he should not be driving. And if he hurts somebody in another car, I will feel bad for that. I will feel responsible for that. And I had to hand it to him. And I said, you know what? You are right, 100% right. I'm going to turn around my taxi right now. And I just left. I told him I just left for that reason too, because I didn't want to get in the car with him. I said, I'm going to turn my taxi around right now and I'm going to go back and get him. Had to go turn back around and get the guy. And when we turned back around to get him, I had to literally tell him, sit in the cab with me. And we had to get the other guy to drive in front of us so he could watch his car in front of us. We dropped him off at his house. But first of all, there was a whole big fight in between there. We got to a stoplight. He jumped out of the car. He jumped out of the taxi. He went and he tried to jump in his car. He tried to pull the driver out of the car. Oh my gosh. It was just crazy. Anyway, at one point when he did get back to Sosua, we dropped him off, right? And then I got out of the taxi cab, and the taxi cab drove the driver back to Cabarete. I guess they knew each other. It's a small town, right? And so I got out of the cab, and I'm walking down Pedro Clisante. This guy drives off the curb on Pedro Clisante. So this buddy of mine, he gets back into his car, but we dropped him off at his house. He thinks he's all bright. He gets into his car. He wants to test out these new tires that he got. He goes on Pedro Clisante. As he's going on Pedro Clisante on the sides of the main street has like a gutter, it's a deep gutter. So many people have like walked and twisted their ankles. And Taylor Made Dreams he's a vlogger from back in the day here. He broke his leg in one of those gutters, so imagine. So this guy, he's driving and he skid off the road right on Pedro Clisante with his new tires. His new tires were thick. They got stuck in the groove. And I was like, you know what? I have nothing to say, I have nothing to say. I just walked away and I said, I'm sorry, I'll call someone for you. And I called someone for him, for them to go and help him. And I just left him right there because he was a hot mess. And I didn't want to be around somebody that had no control over themselves like that, because at the end of the day, I don't want to be responsible for somebody that is going to hurt themselves while they're drinking and being foolish on vacation. He's an expat here, but he doesn't live here full time like me. He goes back and forth. So, that's just a real long story of what some people do. But I've seen this happen often, and I've seen always alcohol is the culprit, or love. Women do stupid things all the time with men. And I don't know if this girl is one of those girls. I mean, young, impressionable, getting high from the sun and getting high from the energy, and on vacation, no parents, 20 years old, winter school break, feeling really good about school and not paying attention to what you're doing. What is it? Was she drinking a lot more than what she was used to? Because I'm pretty sure it was all-inclusive drinks on the resort. She was obviously partying all night right up until 5 o'clock in the morning when her friends left her at 5:55. That's 6 o'clock in the morning. So the sun was coming up. It could be that she just wanted to stay and watch the sun come up. It could have been as simple as that. But I do know that when the sun's coming up, it looks so beautiful on the water. So it could be that she did that. The wave took her away. At the end of the day, we never really know until we know the story. But I do believe that there's going to be a lot more to this story. I'm going to talk about it more on my Fairfax Files crime channel. And any information that I get, I'm going to send it right over to you guys for sure. Let me see if we have any here. Hey, heard that resort lost power during her disappearance. They lost. Okay, let me see. Aruba, yes, Bixlex 71. It was Aruba, you're right. And then we have Carlos, heard that resort had lost power too during her disappearance. That's very interesting. Hi, Stephen, how you doing? And hi, I am always right. Cerise is beautiful. I am always right. You always are always wrong when you're spelling my name, brother. I don't do shots neither. Oh, Stephen, I can't do them. Big Lex, laugh out loud. Your friend is crazy as hell. I know, right? Jay says, great life so far. Great life. Keep it up. Thank you. But I'll tell you, that's what happens to a lot of the tourists that always come here. And, I can't help them. I can't blame them, I should say, because I am no different. My first year here. That's probably why I had gained so much weight. I mean, I gained 80 pounds here. Can you believe that? I just recently lost 39 pounds. But still, I still have 40 pounds to lose. And so, oh my gosh. And I look at how did I lose that 39 pounds? Exercise, not drinking as much, not going outside as much, because as soon as I get outside, it is always like a circus. And I don't mean that negatively. I'm telling you, and everyone is bringing their own type of lifestyle. It is always a great time. As soon as I get myself outside, it doesn't matter if I step outside my door right here in Los Cheromicos, and I go to a local colmado, or if I go down the street a little bit more on the other end and I go to Playa Sosua, or if I get on a motoconcho and I go straight to Batey, to the tourist area, there's always something to do. And I never know. I always have a plan. But like the Bible says, the plans in a person's heart are nothing until God unfolds them. And I don't know if God unfolds every single thing that happens when I go outside, but it sure is a blessing when I get out there, because the people are good. The energy is great. And it is so exhilarating. I see someone new all the time. And, sometimes viewers, you guys will see me on the streets and shout me out and call me over, and we'll end up having a drink, and we chat and we chill about you, about me, about like whatever videos, or and then I'm like, okay, I'm on to the next. I do a lot of bar hopping as well. If I have my motoconcho with me, I may go to like Plan B, and then Cheers, and then Pete's, and then Rancho Tipico, and then Caesar's Cove. Like I'll go right up one street and I go back down Pedro Clisante, right? There's always something to do. And sometimes I'll even go out for breakfast, right? Which I don't do often, but I'll even go out for breakfast and I'll be like, okay, I'm just having an early day today. Go out for breakfast, and then noon comes and, a friend will message me, what are you doing? And I'm like, oh, I just finishing breakfast with my friends. And then they're like, oh, come on, meet me at this place for a moment. And then I'll go meet them at that place. And while we're there, someone will contact them and tell them what's going on. I can't even tell you what happens. It's like an everyday vacation. So yeah, and that's now for me. Like I had to cool it down. I was like, this is not the lifestyle that I want to live. So I had to really pull it in. And for my first year, it was difficult to do that because it was all about having fun. And my second year, I was like, okay, a little bit more. This year is my 7th year. And will you believe it? This is the year that I'm actually getting myself way more disciplined. But I had to do it through challenging myself. I had to do it through giving myself more work. So that's why I started so many new YouTube channels. I started working more on my channel called Sister Cerise. It's a celebrity news channel. And I like talking about the celebrities. So I created a channel on it, and I'm like, oh my gosh, and I'm taking it very seriously. My other channel is called Fairfax Files. It's a crime channel, and I do a video once a week on that, but I prepare the information for it like a few days before I release it on Friday. So that keeps me busy. And then I have another channel. Oh gosh, what's it called? It's about news, especially now with Canada doing what it's doing, and what America is going through, and, Canada almost becoming a 51st state, which I don't think is going to happen. And I'm not totally against it, to be honest with you. I mean, the taxes in Canada are so high, and we have a lot of room in Canada. I mean, if everything could come together, and if we could all come together as, Canada, America, I don't see where that would be so wrong. You know, Canada is multicultural. America, the United States is multicultural. I don't see where that would be so wrong. And seeing where Canada is going right now, holy smoly, macaroni is a big headache. But at the same time, I understand as a Canadian as well, a lot of Canadians do want their own identity, which is totally fine. I mean, in Canada, we have Montreal, we have Quebec. Quebec just, they also want to be considered their own people. So I get it. You know, everyone just wants their own thing. Nobody wants to have to be under anyone else's umbrella. But I started a whole entire news channel for that reason. And then I also have another channel that where I talk about spirituality. So I literally had to create all these YouTube channels to challenge myself, give myself more work. And also I'm writing books too, because I cannot live that party lifestyle. I can't do it. I need to lose 40 pounds. I need to make sure that my health is on point, and I need to make sure that I am good for my grandchildren, my children, and my pets. And maybe even one day a man, you know, but there's no way I'm going to get a man sitting on Pedro Clisante drinking with all the Canadian girls all day, every day, gaining weight. No way. So yeah, God spoke to my heart. And God said, Cerise, you know, you had your good time. You know, you're entering your 7th year here. Now it's time to get yourself in order, you know, 7-year itch. And I also been thinking too, maybe about heading to Vietnam or something of that nature in the next maybe 5 years or so. You know, so there are a lot of things that we need to do as expats here to keep ourselves grounded, to keep ourselves from not going like off the deep end. And I mean, I have to, I've seen so many people go off the deep end. I've seen women come here looking like, wow, like, you know, like, my gosh, I can't even give you an example, but you know, maybe coming here looking like Brooke Shields and leaving like looking like Rosie O'Donnell, you know, like such a huge difference. And I don't want to be that woman. I want to be that person that comes here and saves money, creates jobs, and, you know, leads a way more healthier lifestyle than I ever have in my life before. You know, I really want to owe it to the Dominican Republic for giving me a good life. Let me see. Congrats on the weight loss. Thank you so much. And, Tone Polos, travel solo. A young woman was on the news and said that the resort was a mess. No power and, oh, wow. And room key cards not working. People staying out of the room because no AC. People sleeping on chairs outside. Ooh, you see, Punta Cana. I'm going to talk about that in a second as well. And Clam says, congrats on the weight loss. Thank you so much. Stack and Sats. My goodness, Cerise, that one piece is nice. Thank you. Oh, thank you. Thank you. I appreciate it. I feel like I belong in an Olivia Newton-John or, you know, one of those things back in the day, one of those exercise videos, 20-minute workout back in the day. And then we have Sugar Baby. Good afternoon. Good afternoon. So the Tone, thank you so much for that. So really, there was nothing going on the, and I'm so surprised because it's March break and you think that they would be prepared for that, especially in Punta Cana. Everyone's talking about Punta Cana these days. Before it used to be like Puerto Plata, where I'm at, right? On the North Coast. Oh, Puerto Plata, Puerto Plata. And then all of a sudden, everyone started to talk about Punta Cana. And they were talking about how, and I'm not trashing Punta Cana. I don't want to sound like that just because I do business here and just because I, you know, this is my home where I consider my home and I'm very happy here. Don't get me wrong. If you like Punta Cana and that's your flex, then enjoy it. I'm not trying to turn you away from it. And if you've never been to Punta Cana or Puerto Plata, go try out Punta Cana. It's just not my flex. But I've heard that Punta Cana also just went through a huge real estate scam. And they were charging people like 35,000, 46,000 for condos in a building. And they were saying that this building has like 6 pools in one building. And 35,000 to 46,000 for the place, and we're not talking about down payment. So I had so many people messaging me saying, "Oh my gosh, when they would contact me for a condo here, because I help people find apartments, I help people find real estate and stuff of that nature." And people were messaging me and they're like, "What? 80,000, 150,000 for a condo? I can get a condo in the United States for that." And I'm like, "Okay, well, like, I don't know what to say." And they're like, "You're just giving the gringo price." And I'm like, "No, I'm not. Why would I do that?" Right? And they're like, "Oh, yes, you are, because in Punta Cana, I can get a place for," and they would say like 35,000, 45,000. And I'm like, "Are you sure?" And I was like, "Send me the listing, please, because I will take a trip down there myself just to check it out. I'll even contact the real estate agents myself just to send them some clients, because that is miraculous. Those prices are phenomenal. Those are prices were what the prices were when I first got here 7 years ago, before the pandemic." And I never did contact anyone in Punta Cana, because I do have contacts in Punta Cana, and those contacts weren't selling anything at 35,000, 45,000. So there was a huge ripoff. You guys can find it on YouTube. There's a couple of articles, a couple of videos, a couple of vloggers did it. There's one guy that did it. I think his name is Jamie something. And then there's another woman that did it. If you guys message me privately, I can send you, like on my cell phone, I can send you the links. And you guys, if you're into real estate and you just want to know about this situation, this huge scam, everything has been busted already. And the real estate agents have already been charged, and the main dude has been imprisoned. So, Punta Cana is getting its little negative, whole little, what's the word I'm looking for? Review now, its own little negative media right now. So for them to have a hotel that the key cards aren't working, the air conditioner is not working, then I could imagine why someone would want to stay on the beach at those hours and just, get some air and stuff of that nature. I don't understand, though, why, if her friends left her at 5:55 in the morning, why at 9:55 in the morning, this dude is leaving the beach. Like, what happened in those 4 hours? Were they just like really just enjoying each other all that time? And did the wave come at like, like at, I don't know, 9:45, and he just was like trying to call out for her for 10 minutes? I don't know, because I put myself into that situation, into his situation. And let's say all of us put ourselves in that situation right now. You're on a beach. You're on vacation. You just met this person that you're hanging out with, because they didn't go on vacation together. They met on the resort. So, you're chilling with this person. And whether it's a female, male, whether it's romantic or just, someone you like, okay? And you're chilling with them. All of a sudden, let's use his story, a big wave comes and takes them. What do you do? Do you like sit on the beach and you try to find them and wait for their head to bob up? Like, what do you do? Run and leave them? Like, what if they go, ah, and they like come up for breath, like, and you can actually go into the water and get them? Like, what is the waiting period? What I think I would do is I would definitely, especially seeing it was daytime, 9:55 in the morning, right? Like, why were there not any guards on the beach? Any lifeguards on the beach? Any workers on the beach? It was a hotel resort. Where's all these people that are supposed to be working? Was the hotel resort that broke that they had no key cards, they had no AC, and they had no employees walking on the beach? That's kind of weird, because usually they even have on beaches some type of like little snack restaurant or something of that nature that opens up in the mornings, So anyway, I'm not familiar with this hotel, but I'm thinking that, if his story is true, he probably waited for a few minutes and didn't know what to do and then went to go get somebody. But they're not saying what happened. They're not saying that he ran, like he was seen on camera running to the front desk. They're not saying that. They're just saying the next time he was seen on camera was at 9:55. So what did he do? Did he go to his room? Because if he did, that's foul play in my books. You don't do that. You lose somebody, it doesn't matter if you met them that day or if you met them 10 years ago or 20. You run directly, straight, immediately to the office. You look for the first person that is an employee on the grounds and you're like, hey, help me. My friend is out in the water. Even if the person doesn't speak English, they're going to understand water and they're going to see on your face that you're panicking and they're going to see that you're pointing towards the beach and they're going to run to the beach and they're going to do what they can do. But nothing is being said about any of that. So that's where I think the parents are furious because something is not adding up for the parents. The parents are very angry. They have someone on here already said that they already hired a private detective, the same private detective that was hired for the Holloway case in Aruba. And that was many years ago that happened. So you see, this is not the end. This is not going to be the end. And I think the little American dude that was with her last and said that a big wave came, I don't know. That just seems like a real silly way of saying anything. I mean, he could have even said someone ran on the beach and hurt her. You know, he could have blamed it on someone else. He could have said that he was sitting there with her and some guy came up and she left with a dude. You know, he could have said that, anything. But he said that a wave took her away. So it just seems so illogical that it seems logical. You know, when something just seems so like strange that it, you know, truth is stranger than fiction, right? It's just, it just sounds so true. But again, it's just the hours. What did he do after she went missing? Why was it 9:55 in the morning, so much later? And what did he do when he got on the resort? Because that's where the cameras are. The cameras weren't on the beach. So what did he do? Did he run to the office? I don't know. If he ran to the office and he made a little complaint and he's like, I can't find my friend, you know, she just drowned right now. It could be that they were on the beach at all that time because the friends left at 5:55. It doesn't mean that she drowned right as soon as they left. You know, she could have been in the water with him that whole entire time. Maybe they left the water. Maybe she didn't want to go back to the room because the air conditioner is not working. And she's like, oh my gosh, I just love this sea breeze. Maybe they left the water, went back into the water, went back out. Maybe they were just cool maxing, relaxing. And at the 11th hour is when she actually drowned by a big wave. And that's when he ran out. So you see, the police want him to answer for 4 hours from the time the friends left until the time he was seen on camera again. And I don't think that is logical if he says a big wave came and it happened at like 9:50. You know, I think where the logical part is where he was trying to get off the beach. Like that's where I think the questions are coming in at and why the parents are angry. Because it could be that he did not look panicked. It could be that he just walked off the beach, hoping no one would notice. Right? Like you got to panic when you lose somebody. I think we all would panic, right? Any human being would. They said they went back to his room. That guy, really. He also said that she walked away and then went to sleep. This is weird. Okay. All right. That guy. Okay. Let's go back down here. I heard the same. Thank you, Rashad. And Ace, hey Ace World, Vincent, what's up? And that guy, all right, that guy has some information here. He says he has given 3 different stories. He said that he passed out Okay. He also said that she walked away and then he went to sleep. They said he went back to his room. Okay. All right. And this was the Rui Republica Resort in Punta Cana. That guy also says, why did her friends have her phone and wallet? Her family said that she always kept her phone with her. Okay. So I know sometimes, when girls, when their battery runs out, because remember, she was out for the whole entire day at the resort. They went to the club. 4:15 is when they went on the beach. She probably didn't want to get her phone wet. Maybe it was out of battery, and she told her friends, "Here, take my phone." She wasn't going to be spending any money, so take my wallet. Take it back to the room for me, charge my phone for me, and make sure my wallet's safe. Us girls do that. We do that. This battery is running out. So we do that. I could see. I don't think her friends would have any foul play with that. But the guy fell asleep. So he was on the beach lounger, and then he's like, this girl just keeps going in the water. Maybe he liked her and he just decided to stay out with her, like I already said earlier during the video. And he fell asleep at one point. But at one point, he says that he saw a wave go over her. So, when did he see that if he was sleeping? Secondly, if he said that she walked away, then that doesn't sound right either. Maybe they got into an argument. Maybe he came on to her. Maybe she did walk away. But if she walked away, why were her clothes still on the back of the beach lounger? And then, so now you're telling us, that guy, that he went to his room. Bingo. For me, that's right there. The guilt. He went back to his room. Dude, how are you going to go back to your room? You get off that beach and you better be running your butt off that beach and running straight to the office desk, running straight somewhere to the first employee that you see, if there's someone that's missing. So what was it, man? Did you see the wave come on over her head, or did you see her walk away? Right? Like, which one is it? There's some foul play going on, guys. Oh my gosh. All right. Thank you, that guy. I'm going to be covering this on my other channel at Fairfax Files on YouTube, right here. Fairfax Files, my last name and Files. It's my true crime channel. Guys, go on and follow me on there. Check it out. I bring out a video every Friday. I have 3 videos out there so far right now. I only started it 3 weeks ago. Well, I started the channel like 6 years ago with intentions to do ghost stories and, like all kinds of the unknown stuff, you know what I mean? But I didn't get to all that. I just left the channel there. And then a couple of weeks ago, when I knew I had to start getting, challenging myself and getting hard on myself and staying in the house more and not going out as much and, really getting focused on my future more, I started to look at stuff that I have like on YouTube and stuff like that. And I was like, oh, you know what? Let me do a true crime channel. And so that's what that true crime channel is. Fairfax Files. So I'm going to cover it on that channel, and I'll also cover it on this channel. And I'll let you guys know any information you guys have. Just hit me up, please, through my WhatsApp. 829-702-7726 on WhatsApp. Just message me on WhatsApp and just tell me it's regarding this case, or you can contact me on there for anything, really, guys, if you have any questions at all. I also offer consultations to people that are thinking about coming here. I can get you apartments, even if you don't want to stay here long term yourself, but you do want to get an apartment to put on Airbnb as a second income, like a passive income. I can also help you do that as well. So lots of things that I can help you do here, and I look forward to hearing from you guys. My battery is about to go out. I'm engaged in this conversation so much. I'm enjoying it. Security video showed, oh my gosh, you got all types of information here, that guy. Let me see. Portable chargers. Okay, that guy. Why would it? Okay. Sounds fishy. It sounds fishy, right, Vincent? Portable chargers, water bags to keep your phone dry. Yes, okay. Security videos showed the man coming back to his hotel room at 9:55 a.m. According to the sources, civil defense boats search for Sudiksha, I'm having a hard time with her name, Sudiksha, we're just going to call her the young lady. The ABC News, vacation rentals. Yeah, if they showed him going back to his hotel room, that for me is like mad fishy. That for me is like, dude, there was a whole entire female with you for the whole entire night. Like, go back to her room first and see if she's there with her friends. Like, unless he did something like, questionable, he could have tried to take advantage of her and she took off. And if that is so, then I understand why, he wouldn't, like, if he's not guilty, why he wouldn't want to go to her room. Maybe he was embarrassed or whatever. But it doesn't matter. You still go and look for help. Her stuff is on the lounging chair. No matter what, her stuff is there. Like, you saw a wave take her over or not? No. This is going to get really shady. And the fact that the parents are upset and, their daughter was 20-year-old. She was in university. She was getting her best life on. The parents are very upset, very hurt. They want answers and they hired a private detective. And obviously a private detective that is well versed with this because of the Natalie Holloway situation in Aruba. No, this young man is going to have to come up with a heck of a lot more excuses than what he is doing. And it's unfortunate because, it just it's starting to sound like the classic case of a young man that got rejected on the beach, that was secluded while he was on vacation. And instead of going home and servicing himself in his hotel room, he decided to try to take advantage of her. It sounds to me like there's something else going on. Now, if it is foul play, like Tone said up there in the comments, he said there will be some defensive marks on this young man. So let's see what happens. Everything's going to come out in the wash. The truth will come to light and we'll be able to really hash this out. And I think it will also encourage people. I hope it encourages people to be safe, especially young girls coming here that are only 20 years old. Like, my gosh, 20 years old. I remember when my children were that age and I would be like, oh, I couldn't even imagine. My son right now is 29. My daughter right now is 35. I couldn't even imagine like losing, I don't even want to say the words, you know what I mean? But imagine they go on vacation and they never come back home. That just leaves such a horrible memory. And, is there something we could have done to stop it? Is there, there's just so much that a parent starts to feel guilty about. So I really pray that those parents find peace. I pray that they at least find her body. If they don't find it alive, which is my first prayer, they find her alive, which right now it just looks very unlikely. But if they do find her, I do pray that they do find a body so they can put things to rest within themselves. So they don't think that she was abducted and she's somewhere on the island alive. There's one girl in one of the groups here. Let me see. There's one of the girls here in a group. Oh, the message is retracted. There's one, there's like, we have these groups here, right? Like Facebook groups. And there's one group where a woman reached out and she's never been here, but she said that her brother came here on vacation alone. And he was like a lone wolf type of dude. He goes out and, he has a good time and stuff of that nature, has his fun. He like island hops and stuff like that. I think he's like 30 something years old. And he came here to the Dominican Republic and he was an adventurer as a lone wolf, like he was like what's the word I can, not like an alpha male, but a sigma male. You know, a sigma male, SIGMA. Like I'm like a sigma female, just kind of like a loner, but someone that gets things done and doesn't mind traveling alone. And that's what he was really like. And so she came into the group and she's like, I haven't seen my brother. And none of no, like she's like, have you seen him? She put his photo up in the group, and we don't get this a lot in those groups. It's an expat group, and we don't get that a lot in the groups. We will hear of people dying, but a lot of the times it has more to do with the Dominicans, dying like a motorcycle accident or something of that nature. May they rest in peace, But this was a very different situation, and she put his face up. And he was a Caucasian guy from the United States. And she's like, we haven't seen my brother for almost a year now. She's like, I don't know who to contact. We don't know where he's at. And, it's true. Like, I even think about him sometimes. And I even think maybe he just ventured off, the deep end somewhere. He could be like, somewhere. I had someone contact me from my Facebook page many, many years ago. Toronto. I had a friend that is my friend in Toronto, my Facebook friend in Toronto, and she knew that I was here. This was many years ago when the alcohol was being poisoned on the resorts. And that was a whole story in and of itself, because it really was. They were buying top shelf products from Chinese distributors, and the Chinese distributors were, making the fake top shelf alcohol. So like Grey Goose and stuff like that. It was the top shelf alcohol and a lot of the most expensive hotels. So couple of people were dying on the resort. Now what happened was, it was during that time, and my Facebook friend messaged me, and she said her cousin and her cousin's boyfriend came here to Samana for a 4-day vacation. And she's like, they haven't heard from them yet. So I did a whole live. It's on my channel. I did a whole live with his family. And I also put it all over Facebook and everything of that nature, trying to do my best to help, And they found them in a car over the cliff. Now, what happened was, in all of the photos that they took, he was drinking a lot. And I don't mean to victim shame here, so don't get me wrong. I'm just saying it how it is. And so what happened was, he was drinking a lot, and then they had an early flight. So instead of going to sleep, he decided to stay up with his new buddies that he met on the resort and continue to drink. And then he got into his car with her, and that was the last time they were seen. And they were found rolled over a cliff, and they found their bodies. Hers was a little bit more in the water, and they found his first. So, those situations happen. Again, like I said earlier, a lot of those situations have to do with alcohol. So guys and gals, if you guys are drinking and you're here, always get a cab. A cab is very inexpensive. Even if you do rent a car, then you're drinking, leave the car at the resort, and let a taxi take you to the airport, because your car, if you're taking it to the airport, right, the rental, they know where the hotels are in the area. You just tell them, look, I left the keys with the front desk. I couldn't drive. Go to the resort and get the car. I'm getting on my plane. That is it, and that's it. They may try to charge you more on your credit card or whatever like that, but you just make sure you take a video of the car before you leave it, and you get a video of the manager that you're leaving the keys with. Cover your back. Make sure you show on your little camera video on your cell phone that the car is all right and they cannot do a thing to you. But I think it's safer to save your life than it is to make sure that you get that rental car back. So they died anyway, and they found them, but they were suspected to have had foul play, but there was no foul play. You see, a lot of us around the world, when there's something like this that happens in a developing country or third world country, we automatically think one of the locals did something, and it's not always true. And here it's even less true. Yes, sometimes the guys get in trouble with the ladies. Hold on one second. I have to take out my microphone. So the quality of the speaker is going to get a little bit lower because I have my battery. There we go. It's only at 5%. Holy smoly macaroni. So I hope you guys can still hear me. But yeah, that was the situation with tourists here. And that too, you gotta be very, very careful when you are on vacation. Let me see here. I am sweating, guys. Hey, Mr. Lord Sword. And we have Rich's Method. I'm definitely Sigma. I'm Sigma. And then we have Greg Nelson. Can I take you out for brunch when I'm in town? Absolutely. And Greg Nelson, you're not taking my woman anywhere. That's cute. Guys, I am single here, but it is very difficult for me just to kind of go off on another whole other tangent. Can you guys hear me, by the way, with the microphone not here? As I have a charger in and I want to make sure that I get to talk to you guys a little bit longer. But yeah, it's very difficult for a woman here in Sosua to get a man. Let me see, what did that say? Yes, to get a man. I'll tell you, because the men that come here to enjoy life, to just pay to play, they are having a good time. And then it's very difficult for women like myself to just be like, okay, you finished with the working girls, because very rarely is a man going to be finished with the working girls. He's finished with them for now, but then afterwards he may not be, and men are very well known here to go out and cheat. And I'm not a woman that knows how to deal with a cheater. I just can't do it because I'm so loyal, and I come from, a mom that was so loyal as well, and a family that just is loyal as well, long-term relationships. And so and I've been single too long right now to get myself into any situation with a man that will try to mess with my peace of mind. I'm way past the stage of being hurt, I think that has happened, the disappointment in love has happened many times. And when it happens many times, you get to a point where you become immune to it because you're like, I can't deal with that. I just need to get some good sleep and have a good meal and watch a good show and cuddle with my dog and my cat and talk to my kids, and I'm good, You don't get hurt any longer by foolishness when it comes to matters of the heart. But it does ruin your peace of mind for a second. So I don't want that. I don't want to be like, this guy is consistent for a month or two, and then all of a sudden he's not consistent for a weekend, and he disappears. Where is he? Right? And then obviously that will mess with my peace of mind. And then that's when I'm like, can't do it. I have no patience for stupidity, no patience for ignorance, no patience I have patience for ignorance because it's not a person's fault when they're ignorant, but deviousness, I can't stand. So yeah, I don't mind going out for dinner and drinks and chit-chatting, but I don't take anyone I don't have relationships, and I think I'm probably going to be single forever unless I move out of Sosua and I move somewhere else. I don't even know where, because I love Sosua. I'm willing to risk being single forever just to live in Sosua. I love it so much. But I'm a work in progress right now. I still have 40 pounds to lose. I still have to get these braces off. All right, off my top teeth. They're taking so long. I shouldn't even have had them on this long. I'm starting to think that my dentist is like one of those backyard Dominican mechanics. You take your car into a mechanic and they're like, oh, yeah, I know what I'm doing. Meanwhile, they don't even know what they're doing and they just kind of wing it. And I'm starting to feel like my dentist is doing that. But I don't, they were supposed to be on for 9 months and now it's been 18 months. And I'm a type A personality where I already said to her like 2 weeks ago, I was like, on the 1st of March, actually, I said, you got to take these off. Like, I'm tired of them. I don't need them on any longer. And you're shifting teeth that shouldn't be shifted. And like, are you still in school? Like, and then I start getting like all like, thinking to myself that she has no clue what she's doing. And oh my gosh. So yeah, I'm a work in progress right now. I have to lose my weight. I have to lose my braces. I have to, get myself in shape. And then I will be a good source of dating information. I'll be able to maybe start dating again. Probably not dating. Like I said, probably will never date here. I can't see it. It's just too hard. And a lot of the Canadian women, they're here. American women usually come with their husbands, and Canadian women will come with their husbands as well. Women that come and are single, they usually get caught up with the young men. And I can't do the young men. I can't. I can't. My daughter's 35. And I mean, I shouldn't say that either because I have had a young man. But, like, and you guys, when you guys come here, you have young women. So I don't want to sound like I'm judging. It's just that I can't do the young men. I have nothing to talk to them about. They want to talk about cell phones. They want to talk about, the new kicks that are out. They don't, they want to talk about like they pull their cell phone up and then they show me things that they like on their cell phone, like little gifts they want me to buy them and stuff. I that's not me. I see that happen to the girls on Pedro Clisante, and I just stay quiet and I watch it unfold. But I can't do that, you know. I like to invest in crypto. I like to, I like to, do my channels. So yeah, guys, all of you guys that are coming here, stay out of trouble when you get here, please. Meet beautiful women. Go out with the women and enjoy your time, but don't get yourself into problems. If you're going to rent a car, make sure you don't drink and drive, because before you know it, you may think you just had a couple of drinks, but they make the drinks here so strong. Like you think you're getting one shot, but you're getting like two shots inside of a glass, and they're so cheap as well. So if you are a drinker, then leave your rental car at home, or like at your hotel if you're going out that night for drinks and stuff. Walk or just call a taxi. Taxis are very inexpensive here. And take care of yourself. Also, when it comes to the women here, and you take a woman to your hotel room, don't think that the safe is the most logical place to put your things. It's not. There's so many other places where you can stash money. Your passport, okay, the safe. It's probably safest there anyway. Like, what is she? If she takes your passport, the only thing she can do with it is sell it back to you. But you'll know it was her, and you can just, pretty much put her butt in jail, right? So, that's different. But when you're in the hotel room, don't just think that your money is safe in the safe. Think of other places where you can put it. I have one guy that as soon as he gets into his apartment, he puts it in the rings of the curtains. Like he'll pull out the ends, like how they have those knobs on the ends of the curtains. He'll unscrew it or he'll pull it out, however it is. He takes his money and he puts it into the curtain rod. I just heard that one the other day and I was like, genius, because he's like, Cerise, I don't put any of my money in a safe. And so, and I think it's a false sense of security. So, when you take these women home, just make sure you trust them as well. There are a lot of beautiful Dominican women and a lot of them that you can trust. I know I bring out these story times all the time. And I know I tell a lot of stories when it comes to what's happening here. And there are a lot of them because tourism is always something that's happening here. But I don't tell those stories because I want it to reflect badly on the Dominican Republic. Not at all. I love it here. I love it here more than I love Toronto. And I love the people here. And so sometimes I will tell these story times and then I wonder, am I doing something that is maybe counterproductive? I often question myself with that, especially when I see a story time and then a lot of people appreciate the story time as well. And I'm just being honest. And then I think to myself, well, maybe I need to, before I do every story time, I should say first, instead of getting right into the story, I should first just say, first of all, the Dominican Republic is a beautiful place. I love it. These are just stories I heard, and I'm telling these stories for you tourists that are coming down here to be careful when you do come. Watch your back. I don't know, so it's a two-edged sword. I hear these stories, I want to share them because I have the channel, but at the same time, I hear these stories and I want to keep them on the down low because I also don't want to offend the Dominican Republic, affect tourism, and I also don't want to make people afraid. So how I rest myself with that is I don't tell every single story and I don't tell people's names. And I make sure that I tell the stories because I do want you guys to come here and watch your back. I think at the end of the day, if I'm doing this channel for anyone, it's for you guys. So, I think that's where I find the peace in my heart with it. I just say to myself, well, I'm helping you guys, my viewers. I want you guys to be safe when you come here. I want you guys to think when you come here. I really want you guys to not look at don't look at everyone as evil. Don't look at everyone as trying to get your money. Don't look at it if everyone has a plan. Everyone looks at you as an ATM. That's not true. I don't want you to think that because there are very kind people here who want to do nice things for you. And they're doing it because it's a good day for them and they don't need a tip that day. Maybe they already got a lot of tips and they're happy and, they're singing and they got a good meal and they see you need something and they're like, oh yeah, come on, my friend, I'll show you something. You need help? Come on. And then when you say to them how much I have to give you, sometimes they'll say, no, it's okay. Many times they'll say, whatever you want to give me, whatever you think is fair. So it's usually not even a game of, give me what I can get from you. Usually it's not even like that. So when I do tell the story times, it's really because I'm a creative person. I love to create content. And when I hear a story, I like to share it. And to be honest with you as well, every time I go out, someone tells me a story. No matter where I'm at, someone tells me, everyone comes up to me with their stories. People WhatsApp me with their stories. So I'm hearing these stories left and right. And sometimes I'm like, oh, that's a good one. I got to share that one. But recently I've been getting a little bit of back flack from people. I watch you because of story time. Oh, thank you. And okay, let me see. Cerise, you mean you can't do young men anymore? They want you, let me see, they want you to buy them shiz. Yes, they do. And that swanky pankies, and then the women do that to us men. So reverse version. It is a reverse version, but it's different, it's different. It's because these guys, you don't get anything back. You don't get anything back. I see my girlfriends, many of them are older than me. Right? I'm 53 and many of my friends, because they're retired here. I'm not retired here. I'm a soul coach and a writer. So I make my money online. If I don't work, I'm not getting a pension from my government in Canada. If I don't work, I'm not staying here. Right? So that's where that song comes in. I'm a hustler, baby. I just want you to know. It ain't where I've been. Anyway, I'm a hustler. I have to do my writing. I have to do my channels. I have to do things that come to me. But at the end of the day, if I do nothing at all for my financial stability, I'm a soul coach. That's the business I came here with. And that's the business I survived with all of my years. I did it on the radio, I did a little bit on television in Toronto, and that has sustained me all my life, like over 2 decades, so that's my bread and butter. Anything else that I do here is because I'm an entrepreneur and I see where I can, get a piece of certain different pies. Like, for instance, when I find apartments for you, the landlord will give me commission, right? When I find real estate for you, I'm not a real estate agent, and I will never ever want to be a real estate agent. I am a real estate advisor, and I will get you guys in touch with the best land, the best property. I work with many agents who respect me and adore the fact that I'm bringing clients here for them. And those agents are going to treat you amazingly well because I'm bringing them clients. And then they'll give me a little cut off that as well. I don't want to drive people around to visit real estate. That's not what my job is. When I say I'm a real estate advisor, I'm literally advising you on what real estate is available. And I'm going to talk to different real estate agents for you. And I will introduce you to a few real estate agents that I think are really cool. They're changing that up a little bit now because agents now are getting your email address, they're getting your name, and they're getting you to register with them and them only. So when you contact somebody now and they say, can I have your email address and your phone number and your real name? They are getting all your information because they want to own you as their client, right? And so that is opening up a whole entire new sticky box, which is brand new here. And I'm not cool with that because as soon as a real estate agent asks me for all that information, it makes me feel uncomfortable because I want to make sure that my client can use all of my resources, like I don't just want to stick my client with one real estate agent. But then at the end of the day, we do make it work because most of the agents that I work with are talking to other agents. So they will be able to talk to another agent and everyone splits the pie, like everyone does. If the commission is 10%, then they will give, like if there's 3 people in the pot, they will give that equally out to 3 people. 4 people in the pot. Sometimes there's even 5 people in one pot, because there are so many people involved in one deal. And some people will be like, no, I don't want any part of it because there's too many people in the pot, and it gets like that sometimes. Anyway, that's behind the scenes things, but that's other things that I'll do to, make a couple of extra bucks on the side. What do I do with that? Crypto. What do I do with that? Like my son, like whatever, like I don't own a home here. I don't own a condo. I don't want to own. I am good. I just want to be able to rent and pick up and leave. A minimalist. I have learned to be here. I was going to buy at one point, and I even had rented a place that was empty before and bought all my own furniture, washer, fridge, dryer, bought everything, couches, coffee tables, fixed my place up and the empty place and made it all mine. But then I wanted to move again. And when I moved, I just sold all that stuff off and moved into this apartment 4.5 years ago, and it's furnished and I'm happy with it. Of course, I bought a few of my own pieces of furniture that I like my desk and this chair that I'm in, and oh my gosh, this chair that I'm in and like curtains and stuff like that, and that's what my life is. So I don't want a young man around me asking me for things, because if I invest in a young man and I like get him a pair of shoes, and the only thing I'm going to get from him is intimacy. That's it. I'm not going to get commitment from him. I'm not going to get companionship from him. I'm not going to get conversation from him. I'm not going to get like protection from him. Not that I need protection, but every woman does want to have, a man kind of, provide and protect her in some ways, right? These young boys, all they want are shoes and stuff. Now with you men, it's completely different when you guys get young girls, and I don't mean young girls, I mean younger women. because I'm assuming that we're all talking, like, let's say we're all between our 40s to 60s, 70s, right? Because that's the average age that comes here. And that's the average age of my channel. My algorithms tell me that my algorithms are mostly male from the United States, age 45 to 70. That's my algorithm. So that's who I'm assuming I'm speaking to right now. And I'm thinking that if you guys are in your 40s to your 70s, you're probably getting with women that are around, their late 20s to their late 30s, right? And that's what I mean by young girls. I'm not talking about girls, right? So younger women that are on like Pedro Clasante and stuff like that, you get them and you take them back and they'll massage you. They'll spend time with you. They'll cook for you. They will clean for you. They will do the extracurricular things that, you know, um, you won't have to do. So when you do buy them a little something, something, it's like worth their time. They're spending time with you, they're massaging you, they're beautiful, they're sweet, and you're getting something like a payback, so to speak. But these young men, there's nothing. I see my girls on Pedro Clasante with these young men, and they're like 23 to 29, right? These men, these boys, I call them, and they're running around, they're on their motor conchos, they're popping wheelies. Most of them are very immature, and they don't want to hang around the girl all night unless they're at a bar drinking and she's buying all his drinks. When they go home, he's like, bye, I'm going out with my friends. Give me some more money. I want to go with my friends. They're going here and there. They take that money that woman gives them and they go buy all the drinks for their friends because they got it like that. You know what I'm saying? And then the next day, they're not waking up trying to make a meal for the foreigner woman, for the expat woman. They're not trying to do that. They're not trying to get up and cook and clean and massage that expat woman. Not at all. They're waiting for that expat woman to order food from Margot restaurant for breakfast, or her get up out of bed because he just, broke her off some nice piece of something, something. And, he knows for sure that she would not be able to ever get anyone like him back in Canada or the United States, because he knows that she maybe doesn't take care of herself, or, she doesn't really look all that great, and so he is really her gigolo, and he wants to be like a kept woman. But it's completely different with the men, because these young girls and these young women, I shouldn't say girls, these young women, they literally do give back sometimes. Now, I'm not saying they do it all the time. I'm not saying all the time you're going to find that one that's going to give you a real nice massage. Let me see Rich's method. Oh, wait. Are you sure? Because a lot of us helps that country. Let me see what the Brooklyn say. Cerise is the best real estate advisor. They are getting his youth. Everything Alabama, they're getting his youth. He's giving it away. Okay, so let me see what R Goody says. Is this R Goody? R Goody? Oh, I think I know R Goody. I think I know who you are. And then Brooklyn Vibes 99 says, are you sure? Because a lot of USA helps that country. Are we safe? Yeah, you guys are safe. Rich's method. I was not retired there either, and I do not get government income either. So I was also not retired there. The most important thing is respect, loyalty, peace, good looking. For me, no working girls. And some of these younger women now also want to be kept. Yes, they do. You just hit that, and not all the younger women. You guys, hi Ron. Oh my gosh, you guys are something else. You guys are like, you guys make my life better here as well. Like, I will not lie. I have always been that girl that hung around the dudes back in the day. I was like a tomboy when I was younger. And then when I started to become a girly girl and everything like that, I still hung around the guys. And till this day, I can still hang around the dudes. And And the guys that come here from the United States, I never used to meet a lot of Americans in Canada at all. Not at all. And even though I was in Toronto, close to Buffalo, there were not a lot of Americans that I met. I dated an American before, the Raptors basketball assistant coach, and I'm not going to say his name because I found out he was married, and I really don't want to drag up that dirt, you know. But that's years ago. I was on a radio station called Flow 93.5. It was the first black radio station in Toronto and everything. And that's when Drake was first getting on way back then. And so, you know, I used to go to the Raptors games, and then I met this guy, and he was an assistant coach. But I didn't meet him at a Raptors game. I met him at a restaurant, and I went up to him and gave him my number. I didn't even know he was an American. He was just this like tall dude. And I went up to him and I gave him my phone number on a piece of paper. And I said, this is for you. This is like going back years ago when Chris Bosh was on the Raptors. He was one. His number was one. Jose Calderon was on the Raptors. So many, many years ago. And that was the first time I ever dated an American dude. And that I didn't really know any Americans. And then when I moved here, oh my gosh, I was just floored by all you American men. Like all the men from the United States, well-spoken, just so go-getters, you know? You want a better life. You see something here, you come. Even if you don't make a lot of money in the United States, you save your money to come here for a certain amount of time. That takes discipline, determination. A lot of people didn't even have passports before, and they get their passport and they come. Like I have seen so many people, men that come here and invest. I've dealt with guys that just got released from prison like, you know, about a year ago, and he's just getting himself back together and back on his feet. And he'll tell me straight up, he'll be like, Sudiksha, you know, I'm just getting back on my feet, you know, blah, blah, blah. And he tells me his life story. And then he tells me, I just need a little place, you know, a little place for $300 a month. Just, I'm not picky. I just want water and somewhere to lay my head, somewhere to say that I at least am doing something with my passport and I'm changing my life. Right? Those got, oh my gosh, those are some of my favorite men I've met like that. And they get here and they become like my little brothers, you know? And I'm like, ah, and then I should be doing story time about them. Sometimes they keep themselves out of trouble. Sometimes they don't. Sometimes they call me and I have to get the police to go help them, right? And it's never a bother though. They'll like message me 2:00 in the morning. Oh yeah, Cerise, remember when you told me that if anything happens with these chicas, well, can you give me that number again? And I'll be like, oh my gosh, just stay by your phone. I'm going to get the cop to call you. Right. And they do. And everything works itself out. And the police, they get a little payoff too. So it's always beautiful at the end of the day. But that's some clients. And then all the way at the other end of the spectrum, I'll get men from the United States that like, you know, they message me and they're like, hey, Suresh, you know, just cashed in my 401k, something like that. We don't have that in Canada, but I think it's called 401k. And they just cashed it in, and or they just cashed in their crypto, or they just sold their business, or they just sold one of their properties, and like they're rolling in cash and they know they got it like that, and they don't just want to reinvest it in the United States. They want to bring it right down here and get themselves a summer place, or I mean a Caribbean place, and then they want to rent it out on Airbnb, or they just want to come here more often. And so I never really met a lot of American men until I got here and started to work with the rentals and the real estate. And for me, it has been such a joy. I can't even put into words how many American men, and they holler me out on the street. They'll hail me up on the street when I'm walking on Pedro Clasante, Cerise, I see your YouTube channel. Or they'll walk by me and they'll be like, hey girl, what's up? Or they'll be like, Cerise Fairfax, you know, and I don't know if I met them before or not, because most of them, they just hail me up like they knew me forever. And it's always love. It's always brotherly, sisterly love. And, I just feel like I have so much family here in the Dominican Republic, aside from the Dominicans who have taken me on as family in the local area where I live, but also with all of you guys. And I can say all of you guys because the people who watch my channel are, again, my algorithms tell me on YouTube, because on YouTube you go to your analytics, and I look at my analytics and it always says the age and also the men. 90% of my viewers on this channel is men. On my other channel, Sister Cerise, it's about celebrity news, so we talk about a lot of celebrities and stuff like that. It's like mostly 90% women. So it's so interesting how the two channels are very, very different. Cerise, I thought this was an update. I'm waiting. Update on what? You're joining late. We feel like we know our favorite YouTubers. Laugh out loud. Sugar baby, you are late. Very late. Sugar baby. All right. For those of people who are joining late, I do want to make sure that I wrap up and do you guys justice as well, because this is a little bit of a longer live than what I thought it was going to be. I thought it was only going to be about 30 minutes. And I'm pretty famous for going off track, but I think I stayed pretty much on track for most of the conversation and everything. So what we learned during this whole talk, we learned from that guy and also from Tone. And what we learned was, okay, what I knew beforehand was yesterday, what I knew was the girl that was in question, the missing girl, at 4:15 was the last time she was seen going onto the beach. She was with 5 of her friends who she came here with to the Dominican Republic, Punta Cana, and she was also with 2 guys when they went on the beach together. So 8 people went on the beach, 6 girls, 2 guys. That was at 4:15 a.m. They were leaving the disco that was on the resort. After that, at 5:55 a.m., the 5 girlfriends and 1 guy left the beach and they went back to their room. We're assuming they went back to their room. Now, we learned during this filming right here, during this airing, that the girls took the cell phone of the missing woman and also the wallet. They had her wallet and they had her cell phone. Now, whether she gave it to them, like to say, hey, take it to go charge it, or hey, I just don't want it on me at this time of night. I don't need it. I already took enough photos and everything. Or if they were holding it prior to that and forgot to give it back to her. We don't know that, but they did have her wallet and her cell. And the parents said that this is something very strange because she never goes without her cell, which we all do know that it's very rare that we give up our cell phones. But when we're on vacation in the water, a lot of sand around, we don't need our cell phones any longer. Sometimes we will say, hey, take my stuff back to the room, right? So I don't think the girls had anything to do with foul play. Now, the girls left her on the beach with 1 guy, and his name is spelled with 2 I's, Riide, I believe. I don't know what ethnicity he is, but the missing girl, her ethnicity is Indian. Now, or I'm thinking it's Indian or Sri Lankan, or, I don't think she's Pakistani. So now they were on the beach together. When her friends left her, they said that she was in the water with this guy. Oh no. It said that it cut off. Guys, did it cut off? I'm sweating so much, look. Did this cut off, guys? Can you see me? Let me know. You're welcome, sugar baby. Okay, I'm on? Okay. So what happened was, then what happened was they decided that, I'm going to backtrack a little bit because my phone said reconnecting. So the girls left their friend on the beach. After they left their friend on the beach with this 1 guy, At 5:55 they left. At 9:55 the guy was seen going back onto the resort to his hotel room. Now, it wasn't like he was running off the beach and he went to the guard or he went to the front desk or anything of that nature. He literally went to his hotel room. So that is a little fishy. And this was at 9:55 in the morning. He is saying at first that a wave went over her and swallowed her up in the water. Then he changed his story and he said that she walked away. Then he changed his story and he said he fell asleep. So I could see all of those things being true at different times. You know, he fell asleep 5:55 in the morning waiting for this girl to get out of the water. You know, he just met her on vacation. He likes her. He wants to hit that. You know what I mean? He falls asleep on the beach lounger waiting for her to come out of the water. I could see that. But if he's sleeping, how did he see a wave take her over? That's shady. Now, if he was in the water with her and the wave took her over, when you get onto the shore, you start to look for the person. You can't find them. You take off to the front desk, right? He didn't do that either. If she walked away, he said she walked away, then why would he leave the beach? Because her clothes were found hanging on the beach chair. So he knows for sure that the beach is secluded. He knows for sure that, you know, she could get in trouble. And I would think that you don't want to be the last person seen with someone that goes missing. So you want to make sure that you wait for the person to come back, no matter if you got into an argument or not. You want to make sure. It could be that he got scared and he decided to leave the beach and just go back to his room. But if that's so, then where did this big wave come in at? This is what is the huge question. I think that's where I really am standing on the fence. I stand on the fence for 2 points. Well, 3. One, he changed his story too many times. That right there, doesn't look good. But then I could say, okay, well, maybe he changed his story because he was drunk and he has new pieces and bits of information coming back at him. Okay, I could get that. But why aren't you still going to the gate, the front gate? Why aren't you still running like your life depends on it to the front desk? You know, especially you see her stuff is still there. If you are sleeping, you wake up and you see her stuff is still there on the chair. You don't see her. You're going to take her stuff back to her room at least and say, hey, is your friend here? She left her stuff on the chair. I fell asleep. Sorry. You know, something like that. But no, you see a wave take someone under and you go back to your room. You go back to your hotel room. Nothing there makes sense. So yeah, the things that make me question are him falling asleep, but seeing the wave, changing his story and going back to his room. So those 3 things I would like more answers on as the story unfolds more. Like, you saw this wave, why didn't you do anything more? You know, now you fell asleep. Okay, when you woke up and you saw her stuff on the chair, why didn't you try to take her stuff back to the hotel room? Like, there's just way too many questions around this. And the parents now are really upset, obviously upset, understandably so, and they want more answers. So also during this filming today, we found out that they hired a private investigator that also took care of the Natalie Holloway case in Aruba. I believe that happened like maybe 15, 20 years ago, maybe even more. And so they hired that private detective. So the parents, they want answers. And now also, now let's say another scenario, maybe he tried to take advantage of her and, you know, maybe he did. And then, you know, she maybe threatened him and he took her in the water and drowned her. Now, Tone also said, or Tony, sorry if I'm pronouncing your name wrong, all right, but he said that there would be some defensive scratches. and stuff of that nature. And there would be, because women, first thing they do, scratch, hit, bite. They try to, protect themselves. And if that is so, maybe he has that, and maybe that's why they're diving in deeper. We don't know about that right now. That's just a speculation, but that will come out later on. And that, if that is it, Buddy's never getting out of jail. Like, he's just, that's it. He's suspect number one. He's the last one that saw her dead. Saw her alive, and he's talking all these stories, and then he leaves the beach like it's just a sunny day, at 9:55 in the morning, you're leaving the beach. The wave just swallowed somebody that you just spent a whole entire night with on the beach. How does that make sense? So yeah, this does seem like foul play. And he is American. The guy is American. I don't know if he was born in the United States. I don't know if he is an American citizen. If he has a green card there or what. I really don't know, but I do know that he went back to the United States, and right now he's getting questioned by the FBI, and the parents do not want him out of prison, out of jail. He's being held right now, apparently, and the parents are asking for him to be held even longer. But he got himself into these issues, and that's the whole thing too. I think if he is innocent, it is just a whole entire mess of unfortunate circumstances for him. If he's innocent, he made some really stupid decisions. He's young, maybe, we don't know if he's her age, but he most likely is her age, because all of the group that she went with 5 other girls. So 6 girls went on a trip. They were all between the ages of 20 to 22, and she was the youngest. So, I'm pretty sure her being 20, she probably would have not wanted to hang out with, somebody that's in his 50s or 60s until 5, 6 o'clock in the morning. She would have took off with her friends. So I'm thinking he was around her same age. Maybe they had some type of little thing happening, and maybe that's why everyone decided to leave, because they could see that these two were getting a nice little vacation fling going. Maybe she wasn't ready to give it up, and maybe he decided that he was going to take it. And I believe that might be the situation, but we don't want to make assumptions, and we don't want to make somebody guilty before we know if they are. So at the end of the day, we can only really assume, right? But that's what we got right now so far, sugar baby. If you travel, let me see. Okay, we can hear you. Okay. And then if you travel out of the country with friends, make sure there are no haters in the group. Oof. Deborah S. Hey, how you doing, sweetheart? Corey Kirk says they really didn't find out anything in the Holloway case in Aruba. Now, that is so true. That they put that dude in. Wasn't the guy from South Africa the guy in Aruba? Was he originally from South Africa? Now, he admitted at one point, and then he said he didn't do it at another point, and then apparently now I heard that he's in jail. I heard that he's doing time now in jail. Let me look that up. But let me see. Natalie Holloway was an 18-year-old American who disappeared in Aruba in 2005 while on a graduation trip. The primary suspect, Joran van der Sloot, was long suspected in her disappearance, but was never initially convicted due to a lack of evidence. In 2023, van der Sloot finally confessed to the killing. Oh my gosh, could you imagine? That many years later? Holy smoly macaroni. Must have been killing him. Anyway, in 2023, van der Sloot finally confessed to killing Natalie after she rejected his advances. He admitted to bludgeoning her and disposing of her body. His confession came as part of a plea deal in a separate extortion case against Natalie's mother, Beth Holloway. Wow. So he did finally admit to it in 2023, many, many, many years later, and he disposed of her body, so, but he knew the island very well, Aruba. He knew that where he probably disposed of her. He probably even, I don't know if he had a vehicle or what, if he had help. But this guy here, I don't know how he would move her off the beach. Like, a dead body is dead weight, unless he literally put her in the water, and then he said she drowned. I don't know. I mean, maybe he tried to maybe he made moves on her while they were in the water, you know. But no matter what it is, 9:55 in the morning, he left the beach. That 9:55 in the morning, he left the beach. That also has me questioning it too, because I'm thinking to myself, her friends left at 5:55. We don't really stick around that much longer to almost 10 o'clock in the morning. So did he sit on the shore thinking, oh my gosh, what did I do? Did he sit on the shore waiting for her body just to continue to go out and out? Did he swim her body all the way out and then pull and then swim back in himself? Like, what did he do? You know what I mean? Sink her down to the bottom. Like, there's just so much. Now reading the Natalie case just briefly there and remembering that whole situation, because that was huge. Yeah, that guy did look guilty, and there wasn't enough evidence, and her mom knew it, and the guy was smirking all the time. And the thing is, he admitted that she rejected his advances. Now, she was a pretty girl and he was not a bad looking guy. So he probably was just like, who are you to reject my advances? Like, I'm a good looking dude. My dad is rich, E.T. Cerise, I've been in Aruba and traveled the entire island. You cannot get lost because all roads will practically lead you back to the airport. However, you can make anyone disappear there. Interesting. Okay, and he would know that. He would know because he lived on that island. But this guy in Punta Cana, he's American, right? On vacation. Where would he know to hide somebody? Like, especially like a whole entire body with no help. Where would he do it? He would do, the only place to put the body is in the water and say that the body drowned. Now, if they do find the body, there is a way that they can find if she was suffocated before she was put in the water. There's a way, like, because I watch a lot of true crime, and there's a way that they will be able to tell the determining factor of what her death was. If she was dead before she took the water into her, like before she ended up in the water, because she wouldn't be breathing, right? And so if she's dead before she hit the water, they'll be able to tell that. So I just really hope they find her body, because I mean, even if she's passed on, there's just so much healing that can come to the family through at least having a proper burial and knowing that their daughter is not out there, floating somewhere in the sea or whatever. I couldn't even imagine what the mother is feeling right now. I'm pretty sure she probably got in a boat herself and probably getting in a boat and going all around the water and looking, and herself, like probably hired someone to do that with her. I know I would. That's the first thing I would do. As soon as I got on the island, I'd be like, get me a boat, take me to where she was last seen, let's go. And I would get a few boats and get people just to go. I would get divers and everything. So I'm pretty sure their parents are doing that, and probably more the fact that they got a private detective. But at the end of the day, it really has a lot to do with this young man and whatever he did, because it is just too fishy to me, just way too fishy, that it was 9:55 in the morning, and also he went to his hotel room. I mean, if his story was he fell asleep on the beach chair, and then, the last thing he remembers is her walking away, and then he fell asleep on the beach chair and then went back to his hotel room, it's a little bit more believable. But to say that a wave swallowed her up, and then you're just walking back to your hotel room like it's nobody's business, that's shady. Mm-mm. That's where it's like, dude, you're up to something. You're not telling the full story, and you're going to get yourself into some problems here, and that's where he most likely will not ever get out of this problem. He may have to stay in jail. If he gets bail, then he may not be able, he'll never have a normal life again, put it that way, because his story is just too absurd. Again, if he said that he fell asleep on the chair, if he's like, you know what, we were in the water, but we had a really long night. Like, we got on the beach at 4:15 in the morning after partying all night at the disco in the hotel. And this girl just didn't want to come out of the water. She just was having a good time, and I didn't want to be in the water any longer. So I laid on the beach chair, and I woke up and I didn't see her. I saw her stuff on the beach chair, but I didn't want to touch it because I thought maybe, she was going to be right back for it. I just wanted to go to my hotel room and sleep, right? If he said that, I think he'd be in a better standing. But he wanted to disassociate himself from her completely. And
seguimos expandiéndonos. Más sectores de Puerto Plata están conectados a la fibra óptica de Claro.
Oh my gosh, my TV just went on by itself. And I have a bodysuit on only. Hold on, I'm turning you guys around.
Solicitado en Claro. Puntos de venta Claro. O llamando al 809-220-1111 para residencias o al 809-220-1212 para negocios. Resolutions. We're not going to do it until September. We're not going to kick it again.
Hold on, guys. I was watching the Ukraine, Russia situation, and that fool Zelensky. Apparently there's going to be some type of a truce coming soon, thank God. And thank God to you Americans that are helping with that situation. My gosh, if it wasn't for the United States, what would the rest of the world do? Huh. Like, I know you guys have your own issues there, and you guys are dealing with a lot in the United States, but if I can just kind of take your brain away from your own, I won't say dysfunctions, but your own challenges right now that you're having in your own country with your own parties, the Democrats and the conservatives and stuff like that. Just imagine what it's been like outside of the country with Biden in as a president. Just imagine where everything else was like, whoa, oh my gosh, it was a headache. Canada went to crap. Holy smoly. Anyway, so I went off on a whole other tangent, but I watch a lot of politics. So yeah, I could only imagine now that, is there any other messages there? The water current would make it difficult to find her body, especially if the tide is going outwards. Let me see. Yes, that is so true, Corey. The thing is, even here on Playa Sosua, right? I don't go to the beach nearly as often as, most people would that just live next to the beach. It literally takes me 4 minutes to walk to the beach. When I do go to the beach, I'm only walking my dog Noche on the beach to one end and to the other. I don't go in and swim a lot. So, and I love it. Once I'm in the water, I'm not coming out. Like once you get me in that water on like a hot day or whatever, I'm in the water. I like bring my drink in the water. Like I'll bring like a couple of these to the beach, and I'll fill them up with water, or even whatever I'm drinking, beer or some wine or whatever, and I'll just float in the water. I'm one of those people that I float on my back, and I'll float on my back, and I'll just like ignore everyone, and I just hear the water underneath me. And then sometimes I come up every now and again because I don't like to go out too deep. And I'll come up every now and again and I'll be like, holy, how did I get out this far? Because I don't start out that far. When I get on my back to float, I'm like up to my waist. And then I'll float for a little while. And then before I know it, I am out, and I go to stand down, and I can't. I'm like way past my head. So I'm like, whoa, I could only imagine how much the water took her out if he did something like foul play and he just sat there and watched her body float out. I don't know what happens when a body floats for a while. Let me ask ChatGPT. Um, so I asked, what happens when whoops. Initial sinking. Okay, so I asked, what happens when a body drowns and floats in an ocean? When a body drowns and is left in the ocean, several natural processes take place. One, initial sinking. Right after drowning, a body usually sinks because the lungs fill with water, making it denser than the surrounding water. The depth to which it sinks depends on the water conditions, clothing, and body composition. So, 2, decomposition and bloating. In warmer waters, which this was, right? In warmer waters, decomposition begins quickly. Bacteria inside the body produce gases like methane and hydrogen sulfide, causing the body to bloat. The bloating increases buoyancy, so it floats, making the body rise to the surface, usually within 3 to 7 days in warm water and longer in colder water. So Friday she went missing, right? Was it Thursday or Friday? Saturday, Sunday, Monday, Tuesday. So her body should be coming to surface soon. 3, marine life scavenging. Fish, crabs, and other sea creatures feed on soft tissues, accelerating decomposition. In open waters, large predators like sharks may consume parts of the body. If the body is in a coral reef or rocky area, it may get wedged and remain submerged. Oh my gosh. As tissue breaks down, body parts separate. Hands, feet, and head may detach. Without the gas buildup, the remains become heavier and sink again. In deep waters, the body may eventually be fully consumed or settle on the ocean floor, where decomposition slows due to cold temperatures and low oxygen. Over time, bones may be scattered by currents or buried in sediment. Some bones dissolve due to seawater acidity, but others, like teeth and larger bones, can last for years. In deep, cold waters, bodies can become mummified due to the lack of oxygen and low bacterial activity. So this is not cold waters, this is warm waters, but sometimes the water is cold, sometimes it does get cold because of the temperature. It was raining out one time last week as well. So that could be a reason why there were heavy waves or whatever. So yeah, if he now, no matter what, the lungs fill, right? So if he put her in the water, there's a bug. If he put her in the water, or if she did drown in the water, then that means that the chances of her getting found are probably very unlikely after reading that, right? Because she sunk, and then the body starts to fall apart, and then the pieces that don't have gas, so without the torso, the head wouldn't have gas, so the head would just fall. Oh my gosh, this is horrible. The head would just fall on its own and be at the bottom of the sea. The hands, you know, very little gas in that area once they disconnect from the body. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh, I would not want her parents to read what I just read. Oof. I love ChatGPT, but oh my gosh, sometimes the reality of it. Yeah, that was really scary to read. So that means that the likelihood of her body getting found is very low. But if they do find something, it would be within 7 days. It said 3 to 7 days, right? So seeing that there's a lot, it's seawater, it's salt, so that speeds up the process to decomposition. And then also the heat, and then, you know, of course, just the deep, deep water. Yeah. A lot of people think that someone can't be charged without a body, but that's not true. There are cases in the United States where people have been charged and there's no body found. As a matter of fact, on my Fairfax channel, my Fairfax Files crime channel here on YouTube, the first story that I did was on a woman that was killed by her boyfriend. And may she rest in peace. Her name's Linda. And they didn't find her body, but they still charged him. And he got he admitted to it. He admitted to it, and he got like 11 years or something like that. But they still charged him without a body. So I do know that in the United States, it is quite possible to charge him, but this is a crime that happened in the Dominican Republic. So that means if they decide that there's some foul play, dude is coming back here. And I don't know what to tell you, but the jail cells here are not for normal people. And just like Kendrick Lamar says, they ain't like us. They're not like us. No way. The jail cells here are not like Canada. They're not like the United States. You are not getting 3 square meals a day. And you're not even getting beans. You're not even getting mash. You're getting nothing. You're not just sharing a jail cell with your own bed with like one other person or 3 other people. You're not even getting a bed. You're laying on a ground, and you're laying in a jail cell like sardines, and it's like a bullpen. It is definitely not like little cubicles, you know, little cells. People in the United States and Canada, they get spoiled. The jail cells are not like that here. These guys go in, they don't get like some orange outfits to, like, you know, pass their time in comfy clothes. They wear their same clothes, and they are like sardines. Like I said, they are packed in that jail cell, laying on top of each other. And you know, they're lucky to survive, to be honest with you. Like, they're treated like real criminals. And not only that, they get food, they share food, right? So I had a friend one time here, like a Dominican, and he owed child support, and they put him in jail for child support, owing child support. And when they put him in jail, it was jail right here in Puerto Plata. And there was, I sent someone to give him food. I didn't go, so I didn't need to, you know what I mean? Like, it was none of my business, and I'm not trying to get caught up in that. And so I sent food for him, and you can't send money or anything like that. I sent food for him, and he had to share it with people. He like literally asked, what are you sending? And I said, I'm going to send you like a hamburger and fries, like, easy food. And he's like, okay, can you send a few of them? Because I have some people here who will have my back, and I was like, oh, okay. So I sent him like a big bag of food, and he was able to give food to people to show that he has their back, and then they have his back. It's just like prison anyway, right? But at the same time, at least in prison, you're getting your meals, not here in the Dominican Republic. So that boy is going to be brought back here to the Dominican Republic if he is found guilty. They're not, I doubt they would try him in the United States. How could they try him for a crime in the United States when the crime was not committed in the United States? And if he killed a tourist here, and he is a tourist, they'll make an example out of him, because they don't want that type of negativity bothering the economy here. Let me see. Murph from Canada. Hey, Cerise, can you talk more about the changes in Sosua? Sure, give me a second. Hinga says, get the likes up. Oh, thanks, guys. Yeah, hit those likes, those thumb up buttons. Where's the man from she was with? Yeah, so, and hi, FB. So the guy that she was with is American. He wasn't Dominican. He was American. He was a tourist as well on the same resort. Now, I don't know if he was a naturalized American. Is that the word? I learned that here in the Dominican Republic, and I've been saying that for 7 years now. I guess a citizen. I don't know if he was like a American citizen or like born there or whatever. I really don't know that. But I'm sweating, guys. I got to take this off because the fan, I can't put it on. If I put my fan on, then it will blow noise. You guys won't be able to hear me well enough. And I don't have an air conditioner in my living room. So yeah, he is American, and he's already back in America, and he's with the FBI right now in America. So they will bring him back here. His story sucks. Guys, now that we're talking about it like this, and we're all being, sleuths, and we're like putting all the pieces that we know together. I love this, by the way. Thank you. And we're doing that. Like, now I'm realizing that this guy's story sucks. He's saying that a wave took her over, and he fell asleep, and she walked away. And then at 9:55 in the morning, he casually strolls into his hotel room. But he's getting shipped right back here to the Dominican Republic. He's into some problems. In the Dominican Republic, and he doesn't speak Spanish? Oh, and he's only a young guy? Oh, if he tried to take advantage of her on the beach, he's going to get some karma. Because I'm telling you right now, he's going to be learning some Spanish. And if he's going to get himself a lawyer, he better hope that his family has his back. Otherwise, he will be left like a bloating body in the ocean, because nobody here is going to take care of him. Nobody. And plus, the girl that's missing, her 2 uncles came here. Her mom and her dad came here, and a friend that lives here already. So they have a friend that lives here. I don't know if the friend is Indian and lives here, because there's a lot of Indians that do live here and that are coming here and buying properties and stuff like that. Even in Sosua right now, we have an Indian Sri Lankan restaurant. Not Indian, Sri Lankan restaurant. And the food is so good. It's called Bollywood. It's just it's just over by Bailey's. And they own a lot of property in Star Hills. Right? So I don't know if the friend of the mom and dad's is Indian or Dominican, but no matter what, he lives in Punta Cana. And if that boy has to go back to Punta Cana, I don't know. And he has to go in jail. He was a tourist here. He wouldn't know how to be in prison here in the Dominican Republic for the rest of his life, or even for like 15 years. I don't know how it would go though. I don't know in the Dominican Republic, if there's no body, will they still charge a person? You know, what are they going to charge him with? Like in the Dominican Republic, they would just be like, well, your story doesn't sound good. But I don't know how, vicious the fiscalia will be, the courts will be. I don't know. But that's pretty much the update on that, guys, and we'll get back to it in a second. I just want to see the waves were really tough at Playa Chiquita on Super Bowl weekend. Ramen, oh my gosh. Let me see. And Bev says, oh, hi, Bev White Martini. Oh, I love you. Love your look tonight. Thank you so much. I think I look like I came out of, what was that guy's name? Richard something. He used to do exercises back in the day. I forget his name. He was like that guy. Anyway, I feel like I look like I'm in an Olivia Newton-John 1980s music video. But it's okay. It's a comfortable top. It's like really thin. ET says they can charge him if they can make the charges sex trafficking. The feds got some guy that was branding girls in Colombia last year, I believe, got him in the US. Interesting, sex trafficking. But Richard Simmons, thank you, Harthorn Wingo. I feel like I'm like a Richard Simmons groupie. But yeah, you see, if they can charge him without a body, just for on suspicious behavior, and not for murder, but just suspicious behavior, and they try to get a confession out of him, he most likely would still do at least a year here. And oh my gosh, I have seen some guys, like Dominicans, naturalized Dominicans, like this one guy, you guys probably have seen him before that come to Sosua. He walks up and down Pedro Clasante, and he sells the paper tattoos. He puts the paper tattoos on people, right? And he has like short hair. He used to have dreadlocks. He's a Dominican, and he used to have dreadlocks. He used to look cool, like my dad was a Rastafarian, and my dad had dreadlocks, right? So like when I was growing up. So I used to talk to this guy, and I used to be like, what's up, Ross? And just like chill with him and stuff. And he's a Sagittarius. I even know his sign because I'm a Sagittarius. So I used to talk really closely to this dude on the beach, right? He doesn't speak perfect English, but he speaks enough good English. And he was one of the first people that I ever met here because he was working on the beach with tattoos. Now I have a lot of tattoos, so I never got any. But, I would still like do a little promotion for him on my videos. One day he went missing for like about 3 months. I saw him and he looked completely different just in 3 months. And his dreads were gone. He just had like short shaved hair. And I was like, whoa, like, where were you? And he said, jail. And he looked spooked. He looked like his soul was haunted. And I said, how long were you in jail for? He said 3 months. And I was like, whoa. And then he said, the police put him in there because he got into trouble on the beach, right? And he got to jail. He didn't have a lawyer or anything like that. And so he didn't have proper representation. But he was like, whoa, like never again. You can tell this man even aged like maybe 5 years, And I was like, whoa. And he didn't grow his dreads back. He was one of the first people that I met when I came here, and I've been here now. July 16 will be 7 years. So he has not gone back to jail in like, I don't know, 5 years, 6 years or whatever, right? So he behaved himself. Imagine, and he's a Dominican, and he was only in there for 3 months. Imagine a tourist. Oof, I couldn't even imagine, because it's going to be rough on him. Ramen says, when you put on those glasses, you remind me of Catwoman in your bodysuit. Thank you. Are the prisons in the Dominican Republic dangerous? Jeff Pollock asks. Yes, they are. They are. They're dangerous, but they are also very much made for criminals. They are not made for people like trying to reform. They are literally, even the women prisons, okay, like it's rough. Um, like people come out sometimes with like missing teeth. It's kind of like the prisons in the United States times 100, like what you see in the United States and stuff. But they're not in cells, so to speak. They're in like bullpens. I don't know, like they're in like bigger cells. So a lot of people in the bigger cells, they're like holding cells. So they're not getting their own bed. Most of them are not, like, they're not getting fed. It's just, I don't know. It would be like hell, like hell. If you, everything that hell is imagined, that's how it would be. Just a nightmare. And he's just a young guy, I would assume, right? This guy, and yeah, he won't hold up. I can't see him holding up. And if he holds up, like, I mean, like physically, he holds up and he like works out and he takes care of himself and he's resilient. I can't see his mind holding up. He's got to learn Spanish. He's got to beef up himself a little bit. Like, he's got a whole lot of hard work. He better pray. Let me see. ET says, two young girls I know in Puerto Plata, one recently got out after 3 months and the other did 15 days. I asked them both how it was. They put their heads down and said difficult. I saw the pain in their eyes. Oh my gosh. There's this one girl here in Chitomicos, and she is she's a hot mess anyway, right? Like, so she was so pretty when I first came here and I first met her. Um, and so, but she does drugs, right? And she does a lot of drinking and she's just loud, but she was so cute, so pretty. And then her mom kept taking her back to Germany because her mom married a German guy, right? And so she moved to Germany with her kid. She had a kid as well, with her kid and her mom, and they went to Germany. So she couldn't wait to get back here. She just wanted to get back here to Sosua. And her mom understood, right? Her mom said, okay, yeah, you know what? Go back to Sosua and visit for a little while. When she got back here, she refused to go back to Germany. So she was just like rolling. She was like, became a working girl. She was getting a lot of money because a lot of the foreigners really loved her. She's like 5'4", really skinny at the time, pretty face. Like just your Dominican woman, but with an American accent. She's not American, but she like spoke perfect English. And hustler attitude, always dancing in the colmado and got that rhythm and that vibe, and gets drinking, and she's always like, yeah, having fun right around the tourists. Well, she had a Dominican boyfriend, and he cheated on her with uh, her cousin. So she stabbed him. And when she told me the story, she went to jail for 3 months only, right? When I saw her after 3 months, oh my gosh, I hardly even recognized her. And I'm like, what? She was chubby and her face looked different. Well, anyone that gains weight, their face looks different, right? But I'm like, what happened? And she's like, jail. And she told me the story, and I'm like, what? And she's like, yeah. And I said, so now what? Are you going back to Germany? And she's like, no, her mom won't have her. And I'm like, oh, okay. Well, she's a woman too, though, right? Because she has a child of her own. She's like, no. And I said, well, at least your child is going to be happy in Germany. And she's like, yeah. And then she's like, she's like, you'll never imagine what prison is like. And I was like, really? Were you hurting there? And she's just like, you just can't, you can't, I can't, she couldn't say. And I'm like, whoa, really? And now I saw her. So ET, I understand those girls, they put their head down. That's exactly what they do. They go, it's like they're remembering something, but many things, probably a lot of fights, probably a lot of just noise and problems. And again, probably like hell. And I saw her. I see her every now and again, but I saw her, I guess, a couple of weeks ago. And I said to her, I said, let me take a photo with you. And I know I was being pissy, but she's looking rough. So I said, let me take a photo with you. And she's like, why? You never asked me that before. I said, just in case we find you in a gutter, I can put you on Facebook and show everyone what you look like so we can find you. And we know it was you. At least one last photo for your mom. And she was like, oh. And I said, what do you want me to say? Look at you. You don't look like how you used to look. And she just put her head down and she said, you love me, don't you? I said, of course I love you. I've known you. You're one of the first people that I've been knowing here. And I've seen you go down, but you can still save yourself because she's still beautiful. She still has her teeth, she still has her laugh. She has that personality, but she's chubby now and she's just looking a little older. And I said to her, you still can save yourself. Lose your weight, stop drinking, stop doing those drugs, and you will preserve yourself. And she said she'll try, but I know it's not going to happen. And it's just sad to see that, But yes, the prisons are very strict here. And the cops, when they got you in jail, you are just guilty until proven innocent. And that's it. You are an animal. You should have known better. You see, Dominicans are very strict too, Like people think that, oh, Dominicans, they do this, they do that, but they're very strict Christian people. And when you do something that they're not cool with, they will judge you big time. And I mean, 100%, I like to go to the call model here on my street. But that's just because I'm Canadian, and like I like to go out and socialize. And so in Canada, we will go to like restaurants and hang out. We'll go to bars like the United States, right? You go to a pub, meet people, chill out. So here in my area, there's call models. And at the call models, they're innocent. You just sit down, you have a couple of drinks, you play some music, learn how to dance bachata, learn how to speak Spanish better, meet people that live in your area. And it's all fine and dandy until the church women walk by. Now, I was raised in the church. My mom was a deaconess. My stepdad was a pastor. I was a Sunday school teacher for a short time. I was in the choir, so I'm a church girl, right? I was born and raised in the church, went all my life. So sometimes the church ladies, when they walk by, they'll give me a look. But I smile at them and I say, hola, amor. Like, I know you're judging me right now. And I just laugh with them. And they smile back. And I say, Dios te bendiga. God bless you. Like, and they go, oh, amen. And they keep it moving. But at first, if I don't do that with them and I'm just like sitting there with dudes or like with my friends, my girlfriends, and I don't make it a point to differentiate myself a little bit, then yes, they will continue to judge. The other day, this bracelet right here, it's moissanite. It's moissanite, and it's really, it's a nice bracelet, right? It fell off my wrist, and I was sitting by the church outside the colmado with my buddies, and my legs were crossed, and we were all talking and everything, and I had a beer in my hand, like a cup of beer, because here we get the big bottles of beer, but we pour it into like a little cup, a little plastic cup. So I had my plastic cup inside my hand, but they knew I was drinking beer. And so it's my own guilt. I feel kind of guilty when they're coming out of the church, right? So the woman was coming out of the church, and she stopped in front of me, and she looked at me, and I went, like almost like it was my mom, like that deep respect, and I went, hola, amor, and she pointed down to the ground, and she said, tu pulsera, like your bracelet. And I looked, and it was on the ground, and I was like, oh my gosh, bless her heart. And I put it back on, and I got it tightened, and I got it fixed. But that's the respect that you will also get from the Dominicans too. Now, if she only looked at me as some Canadian girl on the block with the dudes, drinking beer, getting drunk, she would have just walked right past that bracelet. She wouldn't have picked it up and kept it, but she would have walked right past it and been like, that's your own business. But because she has that respect for me, and she has seen me here, And she knows that I'm not out getting drunk on the corner. I'm not out doing drugs, you know. I'm literally sitting with other foreigners and, you know, just kind of shooting the breeze. And so I get respect that way. But yes, when you are in trouble, you are in trouble. If you did something questionable, it's very difficult to talk yourself out of it. The Dominicans do not like it. And if you are a tourist doing it, especially something like what this dude did, and this young girl went missing, and it reflects bad on tourism here, it reflects bad on the economy, it reflects bad on the people, then that's not something that's going to go down too well with that boy when he gets shipped back here, because his story is really questionable right now. A wave went over her, and then he just slowly goes back to his room. That story alone is no good. He should have ran back. And at 9:55 in the morning, like, he has to talk about the 4 hours. So what time did she drown? You know? And what was he doing? Just waiting for her? Did he think she was swimming all that time? You know? Like, a wave went over. When a wave goes over someone, you automatically pay attention. When I'm on the beach here, and like when I do have a beach day, sometimes I just go on the beach to have a rest. You know, I have Noche with me and a little bit of music, and I have a friend or a few friends and bring some snacks. But once I see that there's always that one person that destroys my peace of mind because I worry about them, they'll go into the water and they'll swim. And they're all alone on the beach. They don't have anybody else with them. They left their stuff up at the locker at the restaurant. And you can see, you know, they're usually from, and this is not to stereotype, but they're usually like from Germany or something like that. Like, they like to swim, they're active, they believe in exercise, right? So they'll go, they'll get in the water, they walk, and it's a guy, usually a guy, and he's usually around like, you know, 60 years old, right? And has a belly. He doesn't look like an Olympic swimmer. You know, you know that he's like just taking a risk. And so I will wait and I will see him go in. And then I will see him go all the way in, oh my gosh, past the boats. And no one needs to be swimming out that far. No one, you know, but he's going out way past the boats, and to the point where all I'm seeing now is a little head in the water. And now, instead of enjoying my music, instead of enjoying my day with my dog and my friends and drinks and good snacks, I'm waiting for him to get his butt back on the beach. And I'm totally not paying attention to the music, and I'm waiting for the bob of the head. That's me. And that's me when I'm on the beach. So you see, those people always exist, and they will go out, and for this guy to be on the beach with a girl that he was with for the whole night, and a wave comes over and he wasn't as worried, like, you know, I would have been like, I would have been sprinting off that beach. I would have been like, okay, I don't see her, the wave is there. I would have been so terrified. Oh, that's Basils, everyone. Basil, say hi. Say hi. Say hi. Hello. Say hi. I rescued Basils a year ago. No, she was just a little baby. She was too young to be taken away from her mom. So she's very shy. So for her to come make a cameo like this is a big deal. Hey. Yeah. So yeah, for him to say that he was on the beach and the wave came, dude, do you have no common sense? You saw a big wave take a girl over and you just strut to your hotel room? Because remember, he was seen on the camera. There's no camera on the beach, but there are cameras right when you enter back onto the resort. What was he doing? What was he doing? He's being silly, right? Here we go. Look it. Say hi to everybody. Say hi. Hello. Okay, it's nice to have you up here. Don't go on the table. So yeah, guys, it's going to get really sticky shady for him. His story doesn't match. And the Dominican officials, they are not going to be very happy with him. Once all the FBI has to do, because the United States is really respected all around the world, right? Like anything to do with the FBI, anything to do with the CIA, anything to do with those top level investigating, bureaus in the United States, nobody around the world wants to mess with them. You know, the United States is the United States. And so once the FBI says, hey, there's something not right here, they have no choice but to ship him back here to the Dominican Republic. And the Dominican Republic has no choice but to do something with him, because there's a family waiting for him to be prosecuted as well. There's also a lot of the people around the world that are invested in the story. Not only like a whole entire Pittsburgh University, waiting to see what will happen because she was a university student there, right? But also other students that want to come here, and expats and tourists. It is going to hit and rock a lot of people all the way around because it hit CNN. So that means Germany's going to hear about it. Italy's going to hear about it. I put it up on Facebook, and even a couple of the Dominicans didn't like it at all. And they accused me. One person accused me of, I got hair. One person accused me of, oh, you just want to post the negative stuff. And that's not true. I love the Dominican Republic, and that's not true at all. But I had to let her know that's not true at all. An American did it to an American. And if someone is missing, you don't just sit around and say nothing about it. You have to expose that. And when my friend sent it to me, yeah, two people sent it to me, two Americans sent it to me. One American lives here full time. And another guy lives in the United States, in New York. And they sent it to me right away. And they're like, Cerise here. Two people sent it to me. And then I was like, all right, I have to say something about this, even though it's not here in Sosua and it's in Punta Cana, hours away from where I'm at. I still feel like it's my duty as a person who is an expat here to look out for other expats and tourists and say, hey, she's missing. You never know. She could have just taken off on her own and decided she's coming to Sosua. Like there's all types of things that people do when they're on vacation, meet someone else or whatever. So yeah, I think it's all of our responsibilities to really focus on this story and just like talk about it as much as we can, and do what we're doing now, like come up with different little, gee, my cat, it's the first time she ever shed around me like that. Maybe because I'm sweating. But yeah, here in the Dominican Republic, it doesn't happen often. And when it does, it's a small island and it does get around, and we will talk about it. So I'm almost positive that dude will be brought back here because his story doesn't make sense. I would say I'm 70% positive, knowing that the United States as well is usually on stuff like this. Like they're probably chewing his story apart. And they're probably like, something does not sound right. You got to tell us more. And the guy might admit it. The guy might say, okay, this is what happened. But he might even say, if he admits it, can he do time in the United States instead? And I wonder if that's a possibility, right? Anna, hi. What resort were they staying at? I told you, Catwoman. Let me see. Oh, wait. It's always one. Yep, I told you, Catwoman. Yeah, I know. It looks like Catwoman. What resort were they staying at? They were staying at a resort called Rue or something. Dominicana something. Sorry, that doesn't help at all. But it's up in the comments. And she was staying. Let me look it up right now. Let me see if someone doesn't put it there. Hey, Cerise, love you, babe. Who knows There have been stories of sharks taking swimmers out to sea and devouring them, especially at the time in the morning. Predators, yeah, sharks too. Sosua is safe. Yes, Anna, it is safe. Original Mindset. Hey, Original Mindset. But let me look up what hotel was the missing tourist woman in Punta Cana staying in. Oh, it's called the Riu Republica Hotel. Riu Publica Hotel. The missing tourist, a 20-year-old University of Pittsburgh student, was staying at the Riu Republica Hotel in Punta Cana, Dominican Republic. She disappeared in the early hours of March 6 after being last seen on the beach near the resort. The Riu Republica Hotel has faced criticism from guests, including claims it failed to communicate the safety risks of the ocean conditions, experienced a power outage affecting large parts of the property on the night of the disappearance, and had issues with faulty key cards, no water or air conditioning, and poor internet service. The hotel has expressed deep concern and sympathy, stating the safety of their guests is a priority and that they are cooperating fully with authorities. The FBI has joined the search efforts, and Dominican authorities continue to investigate the circumstances surrounding her disappearance. Let me just ask, what happens if the FBI thinks there is foul play with the guy she was with on the beach? If the FBI suspects foul play involving the man who was last seen with her on the beach, they will likely take these following steps. 1. Investigate the man's background. Identify him through hotel records, witness statements, and surveillance footage. They already know him. They already did that. Check for any criminal history, prior incidents, or suspicious behavior. Determine whether he left the Dominican Republic after the experience he did. And then 2, they will look at surveillance footage, review security cameras from the hotel beach and nearby areas, which means they're going to be looking at all of his actions for all those days that he was on that hotel site. Interview hotel staff, tourists, and locals who saw them together. Phone records, check all logs, messages, and location data. Forensic evidence, search the beach, hotel room, and surrounding areas for the DNA footprints. And then they will work with the Dominican authorities. Since the case is in the Dominican Republic, the FBI must collaborate with the local police in the Dominican Republic. If enough evidence suggests foul play, Dominican authorities may detain or question the suspect. If he has left the country, the FBI could issue an Interpol red notice for his international arrest, but he already is there. If the man is an American, the FBI may investigate under the Extraterritorial Jurisdiction Act, which allows prosecution of U.S. citizens who commit crimes abroad. If he is from another country, extradition could be pursued if the Dominican Republic files charges. If the suspect is willing, he may be asked to take a polygraph. Okay, what if he's American and guilty? If the man is American and guilty, the FBI and the Dominican authorities would handle the case in several possible ways. Since the crime happened in Punta Cana, Dominican authorities would have primary jurisdiction. If there is strong evidence, he would likely be arrested and charged in the DR. The Dominican Republic does not have the death penalty, but he could face life in prison if convicted of murder. The FBI cannot arrest him in the DR, but can assist in the investigation. If he flees back to the US, the Dominican government can request extradition. The US and the Dominican Republic have extradition treaties, so he could be sent back to face trial. If extradition doesn't happen, the US could prosecute him under the Extraterritorial Jurisdiction Act. This law allows Americans to be charged in the US for crimes committed abroad if the FBI has enough evidence. He could face federal murder charges with life in prison, or in some states, the death penalty if applicable. If caught, he might confess in exchange for a reduced sentence. Authorities may negotiate a plea deal if he helps find the body or provides details. If he hides in the okay, he's not hiding. So pretty much, it says the U.S. sometimes refuses to extradite its citizens, but if there is enough proof, they would likely either extradite him or charge him in the U.S. So he could be charged in the U.S. and just do his time in the U.S., which, I don't know. I think that would most likely be the most logical thing for, I think the U.S. government would do that more. I don't think they would send, knowing full well what the jails are like here, I think the US and Canada would say, okay, just put him in prison here, especially if he admits and he gets a plea deal. I think they'll just throw him in jail in the United States, because unless he's like a serial killer or, you know, doing something that was like really premeditated. Like once they get his call logs, if they see that, you know, on his phone, he was like stalking her on his phone or everything, because they can get all that afterwards, right? Even if he tries to clean it off his phone, they can retrieve certain information. And if they retrieve the information and they see that, you know, he was acting like really creepy, they might send him back here. But if he just was like a one-off and he just seems like a young boy that was on vacation and made a real stupid decision or, you know, an action, then I do believe that the United States would most likely keep him there, because that's just the United States, you know. They are not out for the most part. I know there's a lot of negativity about the FBI and everything and all that, but it's getting cleaned out now with Kash Patel and everyone. But for the most part, I do believe that he would be charged in the United States and probably get a plea deal. But for sure, his story's not adding up. The math just isn't mathing, is what they would say, right? So I do believe that we're going to hear more and more about it. And since it was on what's it called? What's it called? CNN. I do believe we'll hear more about it. And hey, Cerise, love, baby. Yes, it could have been a shark. That's right. Original mindset. I already read that one. Hawthorne, Cerise, moissanite diamonds are rare stones that are found inside the meteorite crater in Arizona and also in South Africa. These ones are from South Africa. I sent Tony Fox, I sent you a message already on WhatsApp. Okay, send it to me again and just remind me who you are. Anna, I agree with your opinion, but the whole situation is quite crazy, weird, a bit of everything. You're right, Anna. I think that's near the Hard Rock. What's near the Hard Rock, Corey? Hard Rock Cafe? But yeah, really, really sticky situation for him. And I do believe that things will get even shadier. But it was on CNN. And I think that is really upsetting a lot of the Dominicans. Like, they're just like these tourists, coming here and causing problems for our country. And a lot of the Dominicans are upset about that right now. I mean, one of them even took a bat at me online today when I was so surprised because she should know me. After 7 years here, like, I bring people here, I do relocation here, and so it kind of bothered me actually. And I was like, no, 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 you got it wrong. Like, I would never ever try to do that. I'm just bringing the truth out. You got to be a soldier of truth. You got to be a stand up for something, and don't fall down just for anything. So yeah, and whatever he did, it has upset a lot of people and also the authorities here. But again, I do believe that he will be persecuted and prosecuted in the United States. I don't think the United States is going to send that boy back here. Mm-mm. Because especially if he admits to guilt and he says, okay, yeah, it was a mistake, and they look into his criminal record and there's no creepy stuff, like no stalker stuff, no domestic violence or sexual harassment or sexual assault in his past, and he seems like a pretty solid young man, then like overall, and he just like kind of made a real bad action that night. um i think I think they'll understand that the United States does do that a lot. They let people off that are so guilty sometimes in the United States, and then they get out and they repeat other crimes that are like so shocking, and then people are like, why did that person get out in the first place? Right? Because the judge thought that person was a okay citizen before they got themselves into that other problem, right? It was like a one-off. So the United States does have that type of that kindness, and so does Canada, I believe. And I think it's important as well. Oh, Ryu. Yes, Corey. Yeah. Hopefully he'll get extradited. Trump probably won't pardon him. No. Trump Trump will be like, "Why are you doing that to our Dominican partners? Like, why are you doing that? Why are you going to the Dominican Republic and hurting women?" you know. Trump will get him. And guys, like, I don't mean to laugh at your president. I do believe that you guys have a better president now than you did when you had Biden and Biden's son. And I mean, I know a lot about the politics when it comes to Biden. I paid attention to it because it really was affecting Canada a lot. And I saw Canada go way down when America didn't have the proper guidance that it was what that it could have had, and I was like, wow, crypto was going down and everything, and it just seemed like, wow, this is getting darker and darker. And then it just seemed like you guys didn't even have a president after a while. He just was like not all there. It became really worrisome when he couldn't hold his sentence together and couldn't understand what he was talking about, and it just really seemed very shaky for a little while. And then now that you guys have a lot going on in the United States with this kind of like division, and it just seems even shakier. But at least at the top level, you guys have some things that are seeming like you guys are just like, wow, really impressive. Really, with the Elon Musk, Cash Patel, JFK, is that his name? RFK, Robert Francis Kennedy, going in and helping with the human services, like helping with what's going to be going in the food. That's pretty darn amazing because the United States does need that. You guys have different foods than what we have in Canada. Our Fruit Loops are made out of actual like watermelon juice and real juices. Your Fruit Loops, they may be brighter and pinker and redder, but they're made with chemicals that cause cancer in children. So, they're going to get in there and clean out that whole entire sleeping agency. And then, of course, look what Elon Musk is finding. People are in not social assistance, social security, you guys call it there, social security, old age security or whatever, at age 300 and something. And like these checks are just going out to people. There's people that are 200 years old collecting social security, people that are like 11 years old collecting social security. It's just ridiculous. Someone went in, fudged some numbers, and they're getting money. And then all the money that was like government funds being handed out to non-government agencies around the world, just billions of dollars that are being taken out and not given to you guys. That money could have been, you know, put in back into the United States, and you guys not pay taxes, but you guys' taxes are going up. You guys are like coming here to buy property because your cost of living in the United States is a little too much for some people. I have people that are retiring, like veterans, who can't get 100% coverage for being in the military. So they're like, you know what? They're coming here to live. And this is where they're going to get their money, and this is where they're going to spend their money. But if they could live in the United States and, not pay as much taxes and have a really nice lifestyle, then they would most likely visit back and forth here. I have some people that come here and they're on a $2,000 budget a month. Americans, $2,000 budget a month. Now, of course, 2,000, you can live here on $2,000, like, especially if your rent is like, 300, $400, and you're living in a humble studio apartment, with already furnished, and you get your hot water, and you get your Wi-Fi complimentary and your cable complimentary with a flat screen TV. You'll get your smart TV and everything like that. So it is a higher standard of living and a lower cost of living. And you can definitely live here on 2,000, but you're not going to get like a private pool, like you're not going to get a villa living on 2,000 a month, but you will be able to live on 2,000 a month. I know a guy down the street that lives on 1,500 a month. His rent is $250 a month. He lives in a studio apartment. He has free Wi-Fi, free cable, flat screen TV, and because he lives in this area, his electricity is lower every month. He only pays 500 pesos a month for electricity, which is $10 a month. I got my electrical bill the other day. Mine was 700 pesos, which is $14. And I'll show you guys, just so you know, because some people think that's unbelievable. But I'm gonna pull it up on my landlord sends me my bill. Here's the bill right here. And I don't know if you guys are going to be able to see that. I don't know if it'll be backwards, but you want to look right here. Right there. Yeah, it looks like it's backwards. Anyway, it's 765 pesos. So that's like $15, like $15 for my electricity, in my 2-bedroom. And I have my TV running all the time. I have my fan running. In my bedroom, I always have my ceiling fan running. I don't use a lot of air conditioner unless it's the middle of the summer here. But yeah, so my rent every month is $422, but American, 22,000 pesos. My rent is 22,000 pesos. So it's like under $422 a month. But I've been here for 4 years and they haven't raised the rent. Upstairs above me, they raised it and it's double now. So the rent is like 850. So it's double now. But and that's just because of the cost of living is really going up here. But it's a 2-bedroom, and that's the average cost of a 2-bedroom right now. You can get one across the street for 750, but it's not a 2-bedroom, 2-bathroom. Actually, one is a two bedroom, two bathroom across the street for 750 a month. And you can also put it on Airbnb as a passive income. And it's very close to the beach, completely furnished, big TVs, and you get cable and Wi-Fi included. 750, it's not so bad, right? So if someone has an income of like 2,000 bucks a month, American, and they're paying 750 for rent, then they have like a good 1,200 to have wiggle room. And you can live on 1,200 pesos here because dollars here, because you would be buying in the local area. You would be buying like like rice, and you wouldn't have to go shopping the way that you would have to go shopping back in Canada or the United States. Like here, you can just go to the store and ask for 100 pesos worth of rice, and they just scoop it in a bag for you. You don't have to go and buy a whole big bag. I shop every day. I don't go do a grocery order. Like, I just don't do that. I really didn't do that in Canada either. Uh, I wasn't raised like that. My dad was a Rasta, so he used to like cook fresh every single day. And so I was raised like that. So, I don't pack my fridge up. Like, I just don't. So I pack my cupboards like with pasta, and I get like canned foods or like, whatever, Chinese noodle soups and stuff like that. Like, I'll have those hanging around, but I don't really eat a lot of preservatives, like foods that are shelf foods. I just buy them if I like need them for something, for a recipe, but I do my shopping every day. So if I'm at home that day, I just call my motoconcho and he goes and does my shopping for me for like a couple of 100 pesos, 200 pesos, which is $4. And he'll go to the grocery store for me. I give him the money, and I write down what I want. Like, I message him on WhatsApp what I want, and he goes to pick it up for me. And then when he's at the grocery store and like say they don't have the brand, or say he's confused on a product, he'll video call me and he'll say, okay, what do you want, this or that? Or if there's a sale on, do I mind getting a different brand because there's a sale on, little things like that. And for me, that works. I like fresh fruits, I like fresh vegetables, and I eat like one watermelon about this size, like every 2 days, every 3 days. I eat a lot of watermelon. And papaya, I eat a lot of papaya. Those are my two favorite fruits here. So I just have those in the fridge. Like, I'll take one watermelon and I'll cut it in half, and then I'll just like have it like a bowl and just eat a watermelon like with a spoon out of the watermelon as I'm watching TV after I did all my, videos throughout the day for all the channels that I have now. And that's just my thing. I love fresh food every day. So, and it's not expensive, on Tuesdays as well. You can go do all your grocery shopping for your vegetables if you are a person that likes to shop once a week. And when you think about it, like if I on a Tuesday and I go to Playero on a Tuesday, and I get my papaya, I get my watermelon. I don't eat my papaya all in one day and my watermelon all in one day. That will last me for like 4 or 5 days, right? And then the other days, I may just like, I buy a lot of nuts as well, and so fish is very plentiful here. Salt fish, a lot of it, you just get it really, really inexpensively priced here in the local area. A truck goes by like from the farm, and you can hear them outside on the loudspeaker. They're like, plátano, uva, like they sell grapes, they sell plantain, they sell banana, they sell avocado, they even sell watermelon, they sell papaya, they sell everything, eggplant, onions, potatoes, broccoli, cauliflower, oh my gosh, like everything. And it's just flowing out the top of the truck. And they're on a loudspeaker, and you hear them go by, and they go by slowly down the street. So you have enough time to hear them and run outside and say, hey. And sometimes I'll just hand them like 500 pesos and say, just give me a mixture of whatever you got there. And they do, they know what I like. But if you're living in an area like this, After a while, they get to know what you like. And then even, if you get their phone number, you give them your phone number, they'll even message you to say, hey, I'm around. I got those big apples that you like. Like I'll be there, we'll be there around this time, that time. They'll WhatsApp you. And cheeses, if you like cheese, there's people that make that here on the street. And so it's a really good way to live if you're looking to really save money and just put your head down and you don't have a lot of demands or a lot of high expectations. Like for instance, right now, if I go quiet, you might hear some music there and music out there, but it doesn't bother me because when it goes quiet, that's when I get worried. I'm like, what is it so quiet for? So yeah, but it really is a great place for you guys to come. What amount to live in the DR? I've missed these live videos. Oh, thank you, David Rich. Hi, baby. It's been a long time. It's been a long time since I came into your life. Been a long time. Been a long time since I did a live. But yeah, it really depends on the person. I had someone message me the other day and he said he's a veteran and he's like, I just want to know, are you truly happy? And is everybody else truly happy? And I said, I can't speak for everybody else, but I can only tell you that I can never see myself getting on a plane again. Like ever. I keep saying I'm going to go to Vietnam one day, right? Like, but am I really? I haven't been on a plane. July 16 will be 7 years. I just don't see myself. My heart I'm even scared to think about it. I used to have dreams of being in Canada, and in my dream, when I'm in Canada, I cry. In my dream, I cry to my family and I'm like, I'm not here for long. I don't know what I'm doing here. And I'm trying to get back to the airport. And then it got to a point where I stopped dreaming of Canada, but I started to dream of like being around Canadians that I know from Canada, or being on certain streets in Canada, downtown Toronto, and I'm using pesos for money, as I'm in my dream, or I'm speaking Spanish in my dreams. And so I'm a little bit more comfortable with that because when I'm speaking Spanish in my dreams and I'm using pesos in my dreams, I know that Canada is just, getting farther and farther away. And so, yeah, I do feel so comfortable here and I love it here. I don't know how I will ever live in another place. And, today I was thinking too that I would like to live in the countryside one day. I really would like to do this, but I wouldn't want to do it alone. I like the convenience that I have here of just calling a motor control to go grab my groceries because lately I haven't been going outside as much. I go outside like maybe twice a week because I've been disciplining myself to lose the rest of my weight and to really get focused on all my 5 YouTube channels. So, I also want to start doing some nice lives with you guys again because I got to only doing 1 video a week with you guys, and that's comfortable. I like doing that, but I miss you guys. Like, I really do. Like, when I do my other channels, they're not like us, And I mean that totally in the Kendrick Lamar way. They're not like us. There's a certain, after so many years of spending time with you guys, a lot of you, it's like, you guys know me, I know you, you guys get used to my personality. You guys know when I'm, upset at something, when I'm happy, like you guys can just tell. And when you guys see me on the street, you guys hail me up. There's a certain family thing, familia thing happening. And my other channels, they really don't know me like that. And I'm on those channels all the time, and I'm doing so much content on those channels these days. And so I think I really have to start doing more content with you guys as well. Not just about apartments, not just story time, but even this, just talking to you guys. I want to talk to you guys about your politics in the United States. I want to talk to you guys about, what goes on here in the Dominican Republic versus the United States. I really don't know what goes on in Canada, to be honest with you. Let me see. I'm too lazy to Google. Lo siento. Author, you missed the Greek food on the Danforth Street? Oh my gosh, I love the Greek food. Thomas says, I don't know why you're so familiar to me. Ever work on air radio in Toronto? Thomas H. If you are Canadian, I worked on Flow 93.5. CKLN? Are you talking about CKLN? Let me see. Are you Canadian? No. KJLH. No, never. But I worked on like Flow 93.5 back in the day in Toronto for like 8 years with the morning rush, and then with the other morning show after that, I was their on-air spiritual advisor, right? So I did that back in the day. But yeah, Hawthorne, I think it was. I miss Greek food. I do, but they have a real good Greek salad here. It's so delicious, and it's really good. I mean, you know, if there's anything that I missed, it was Sri Lankan food. But we got a Sri Lankan restaurant here called Bollywood in the last month, and I went there, and I was like, no way. I went there almost the first day they opened, and I was like, is this Sri Lankan food? And they're like, yeah. And I'm like, are you even Sri Lankan? They're like, yeah, from Scarborough, Ontario. And that is where a lot of Sri Lankans are, in Toronto. And I was like, what? God, I love God. I'm like, God couldn't be so much more comical. So I did miss Sri Lankan food. I'm trying to think of what I miss now. Nothing. That was the last thing. Like, that was the only thing, really. I have everything here. The truth will come to light. Let me see. Nobody really knows your true personality. Very mystical. Can you explain soul coaching more? Definitely. So, cooking with KV. No one knows my true personality. That's true. But, you know, I'm mystical. You're mystical, sir. You guys make sure you go and you give Cooking with KV a follow. But yeah, I am multifaceted, I would say. You know, I think I know how to be diplomatic at certain times, and then at other times I'm just right out the gate, downtown, Regent Park, hood style, have no time for it. And, you know, my tongue will just just slice like a knife. But I'm not like a person that will curse and cuss like a truck driver, you know, and use very vulgar words, you know, like F this, F that, and just like, you know, but I will savor those words for like a moment when I'm like upset, you know, and the F word may slip out every now and again, but I like to use words that describe my anger as opposed to demonstrate my anger when I'm upset. When I'm upset, I like to use words that are logical, and I like to form sentences, right? Without being like, F you, blah, blah, blah. And I don't want to demonstrate my anger. I want to describe it when I'm angry. So, and at this point in my life, I don't like to get upset a lot. It just takes away so much peace, and it's not worth the emotional damage. It's not worth the emotional heaviness that it takes to have an argument, or it takes to, you know, do anything. Recently, I just disconnected from a lot of people in Sosua, just a lot of girls, because if I find that there's a lot of chit-chatting going on, or a lot of talk, and they can't help themselves. I don't think human beings can help themselves very much, right? Then I disconnect myself. So that's one thing. I'm a lone ranger. I like to chill by myself. I like to talk to God a lot. I like to talk to my children, like my son a lot. You know, he is one of my shoulders that I like to not to lean on, because I don't need, a lot of times I don't need to lean on anyone's shoulder, but he's like my outlet. If I just want to talk about something, and we leave voice notes back and forth together. I like to cook a lot, and I like to hang with the locals a lot here. I like to learn Spanish. You know, it's I think I like to write. I'm a writer. And then also there's just so many things of interest that I really love. Sometimes I feel like I'm a jack of all trades and a master of many, as opposed to a master of none. So let me see. Um, Rich and Mill, hi guys. Oh my gosh, so long. In the countryside, you can grow many foods you eat, including chickens, and still do vlogging. I know. That's what I was thinking just today. Right? I won't move there alone, but I certainly, my heart is there, because when I first came here, if you guys look at my earlier videos in 2018, when I first got here, I lived in the Campo in a place called Bella Vista, or Bella Vista in English. It would be Bella Vista. And it's just literally down the street from here. And, but you wake up and there's donkeys, there's chickens. I have roosters outside my window living here in the local area by the beach. But, out there, it's just a little different, you know. You have donkeys, you have horses, you have chickens, and pigs, and you walk across the street and you buy your cheese from the farmer that he made that day. It's so beautiful. And everyone out there in the countryside, the Dominicans in the countryside, they are like small town folk. I think small town folk from all around the world just have that small town folk type of vibe. They don't want any problems in their town. But if you need something, they have your back if you're a good person, like just straightforward. And I found that my heart was really in the campo, in the countryside. So I was even thinking today that it would be so nice to live by the river, and so nice to just pick my mangoes off the tree, my avocados, and my bananas. I used to have a place here where I did have mango trees, 2 mango trees, and during mango season, like 30 mangoes would fall off the tree in one day. And I was like, not having it after a while. I was like, what am I going to do with all these mangoes? Every day during mango season, I had to go out with a big garbage pail, and the Haitians didn't want them. I went on Pedro Clisante and I was like, come on over to my place. I have mangoes. Nope. Richard Mill, you guys came to my backyard during that time with your whole family, with your 2 daughters and one of I think your son-in-law, right? And I actually created a business back there called Black Backyard Beauty, where I was using those mangoes, and I had masseuse come in and give massages with the mangoes. I didn't know what to do with those mangoes. I even created a mango oil treatment for my hair, and it was beautiful. But having 2 mango trees was a lot during mango season, like 30 off one tree a day. And these trees are huge. And they just drop. And it got to the point, I'll be honest with you, sometimes I just left them there and they would just rot and disintegrate back into the ground. I was like, shoot, that's too many. Couldn't even make ice cream with them any longer. My freezer was, I was like mangoed out. Nobody wanted them because it was mango season. Like I said, the Haitians were like, no, we're good. We can get them off the street. And avocados, the same. Oh my gosh. But I learned I had 76 banana stalks growing, right? And I learned how to harvest bananas. And there's this little purple flower that comes out of the banana. I even took that and made stuff with that. I mashed it all up, put it in my hair as a hair mask, boiled it up and tried to drink it as tea. Oh my gosh, I did my best. I even took the peelings from the mangoes and blended those, but there was just too many fruits. right? Like, so for one person. So now when I do move to the countryside in the future, one mango tree is good and way out in the pasture. So, it's not like so close to the house. And then, you know, banana trees. I love bananas. Bananas are great. They're weeds. Bananas are more like weeds. And, they're so easy to harvest that you just plant them and they grow. They're not difficult at all. It's actually really interesting. And so, yeah, that's what I would really like one day after here. I can't see myself replacing this apartment in this area with just a lateral move, like a cabarete or something of that nature. It would have to be something really like a great opportunity to remove me from Cheramicos and also this place. And I'm saying it now, and you never know what God will bring into my lap, because just today I was thinking about the countryside, and then here I am talking to you guys about it. So, usually it's one step to the next to the next. So you never know. Maybe my life will change, and I just don't foresee that right now. But the only way I would move out of here is if I had a significant other and like they just refuse to live here in Cheramicos, or if they have their own place. It would even be hard for me to give up this place. I would probably just rent it out because, I wouldn't want to put all my eggs in one basket with a relationship. And I don't want to sound negative, or jaded, but I am very independent and I wouldn't want to give up what I love for somebody else unless it was true love. And then even at that time, I think I would always like to have my cushion to bounce back on. Again, I couldn't see myself moving unless it was the countryside. And that for me is a step up, not a villa with a private pool. But again, I mean, I never know what God would place in my lap. If God did say to me, child, it's move now, it's your time to move. Here's a villa opportunity with a pool, then I'm willing to go. Like, I'm not saying I wouldn't go. I would, whatever God places in my path. And I know God is 10 steps ahead of me, straightening out my path, making sure my path is secure. And that's where God's leading me. I'm going to go no matter what. But God also knows where my heart is, and my heart is here in Cheramicos, in the local area with the locals and very close to the tourists as well. But my other part of my heart is in the campo, in the countryside. Who am I trying to convince here? My gosh. Let me see. Howdy, the Republican Lopez. Give him a lie detector test. Who? Let me see. What is soul coaching? Greg Nelson asked. Let me answer that question and then I'm going to get more to the bottom. So soul coaching it's like life coaching, right? So 90% of my clients are females, but I do have a lot of male clients. Most of my clients are, they're not people who are like going through mental issues. Like, I'm not a mental health counselor. They're people who believe in God, want to learn how to meditate. They want to grow, and just like spiritually, they want to understand their sleeping dreams more. Like, they want to understand their subconscious more. They don't want to sweat the small stuff. A lot of them, they're tired of getting angry really quickly. They're tired of other people pushing their buttons. They also just want to know that life is going to be good. It gets better. They most times just need someone to talk to. A life coach is someone who helps you with your life and sets benchmarks for you. So like, they will work with you on, let's say you want to write a book. They'll tell you the steps to write the book, and then they'll check in with you all the time to make sure that you are writing it. I don't do that. I don't get involved in people's lives that deeply, because I understand that pushing people before their time is not a good thing. I believe in procrastination. I believe in taking your time and not rushing in like a fool or putting the cart before the horse. I mean, I've written other books. I have books, but there's one book that I've been working on for 12 years, and it's called Pimp to Pastor. It's a true, loosely based on a story about a guy who was a pimp, and he gave his life over to God and became a pastor after he committed murder and everything. And so, that's a story that I've been taking time working on. Um, it's gone through so many different title names as well, right? So, I'm not a life coach and telling people how to live their life, because no life is perfect, and I don't think that I would want anybody trying to tell me what to do. So when someone messages me, it's just a real simple chat about what their issue is at that moment. It could be relationships, it could be worry, it could be, most times it's relationships, career, health, they just want to talk. Some people, they have health concerns. And my go-to for them, because I'm not a medical professional, but my go-to for them is helping them understand fasting, because my dad was a Rastafarian. He taught me how to fast when I was a little girl. So, like a few years ago, about 2.5 years ago, I guess, I had a sore breast, a really sore breast, and it was swollen, and I was really scared, and I didn't want to go to the doctor. I didn't want to do anything. So I fasted for 19 days, literally fasted for 19 days. I drank salt water and ginger tea, and I drank coffee once in a while. Like soda water, like baking soda, you put a couple of spoonfuls in, and I drank that. You have to drink your salts when you are fasting. You have to have salt in your body. That's what I did for 19 days, and then after the 19 days, I had to refeed my body. So after that 19, I was going to go 40 days, but I couldn't. 19 days, I was like, I can't do it any longer. And my sore breast went away after 3 days, right? But 19 days, I just felt like, boom, I nipped it in the bud, like, and I never ever hurt again. Um, and yeah, after that 19 days, I just ate soup broth and they call it refeed, right? Because when you are going through an unhealthy stage in your life, physically unhealthy, fasting, your body automatically switches on. You fast, you don't eat, you don't do anything, you just put liquids in you like water and salts. Your body starts to eat at the disease, right? I truly believe that, and I've seen it happen many times in my life. So, I'm not a medical professional, like I said, but if somebody has a health concern, they'll contact me, and we'll just talk about that. A lot of spiritual things. A soul coach is somebody who just talks about spiritual stuff, like, you know, um, understanding that humans, are not perfect. They will always disappoint at some time, and I believe that a lot of my female clients, they think that men should be perfect. They think that men should be always on the ball, and men are just really just living as well. Men are just trying hard to, and there are some good men out there, and whether they raised themselves or they were raised by a single mom or a single dad or a two-parent family or whatever, it doesn't matter. I believe that sometimes women are very hard on men, and I don't know why. And so we do talk a lot about calming down on that, just being there for your man, being his queen, and him being your king. Like, you guys are building a kingdom together. He's not your savior, he's not your knight in shining armor. He is literally somebody who is your partner, your companion. And so us women will talk a lot about that. And then the guy clients that I have, most of their complaints are about their wives and lack of sex, and how can they be diplomatic to get the sex. Like, literally, they will be like, Cerise, I'm really angry right now, my wife promised me sex, and she snubbed me. Like, she said, I have this one client who gets it every Saturday. And he's happy with that. He gets it every Saturday and he's very happy with that. And I laugh because I'm like, oh, like it's not spontaneous and he's okay with that. And he's a professional, working professional, very smart guy, he's great. He lives in Toronto. He's been my client for, oh, over 10 years, right? And we talk on the phone. And so, that's one of his complaints. When we have our sessions, it's because his wife let him down. Like, she's not giving it up. She's moody. And so our sessions will be, how can he get her like to that euphoric point where she wants him? And it's just like simple stuff, like, like remind her how beautiful she is. Remind her, like maybe just write a little note to her, like send her a little note or write it down and stick it on her glove compartment. When she gets in the car, she sees a little sticky of you telling her how beautiful she looked 3 days ago when she was wearing that pretty blue top. Or just pay attention to detail, I always tell him. And he always ends up getting that sex. It's so funny, I know, but that's the one thing that men will contact me about. Their women are difficult. Men are usually pretty easygoing beings, even when I get apartments for them here in the Dominican Republic. Very easy. Like they know what they like, they know what they don't like. Females, oh my gosh, I don't like working with females that want apartments. Oh, my guts turn as soon as they contact me. I'm sorry, ladies. I love you. I love you. I love you. But you guys, you guys will ask, women will ask questions like, are the walls sturdy? And I'm like, what do you mean are the walls sturdy? These places are made with like bricks and mortar, literally, Well, I just want to make sure if there's a hurricane, the building isn't going to blow over. And I'm like, no, it's not going to blow. And then the women will ask questions like, it just said reconnecting. Oh my gosh, am I on 3 hours? 4 hours? I did 4 hours? Let me see. Holy smoly macaroni. Oh my gosh. This is a long live. Holy smoly. You can tell I missed you guys. So yeah, women, if you want to work with me, do what the men do, please. You women drive me crazy. I don't even know how you drive men crazy. I don't know how men can live with women, like a difficult woman. I don't know how men do it. Men need more credit because women need to fix themselves. A lot of women need to fix themselves. And my clients, when they get on board with me, they're like shining stars. They become like the perfect wife. The husbands will even say to me that they want a session. Like if the wife starts acting up, the husband will say, tell Cerise we want a couple session. And so I love it. I love it, right? And the girl, she'll come on the phone and we'll do a 3-way call, like on WhatsApp, and we'll have like a conference call on WhatsApp, and I'll listen to him and he'll say what he has to say, and she'll try to cut him in, and I'll be like, please put your phone on mute. Like, we don't want to hear what you have to say right now, honestly. And I'm very straight up like that. And then he will talk, and he'll talk, and he'll talk, and then I'll be like, okay. And then I'll be like, are you done? And then he'll say yes. And then I'll say to the female, I'll say, so what's up with you? And then she'll talk, and the man never cuts off the woman in these sessions. The men never cut off the women. It never ceases to amaze me how the men are so respectful and they just listen. And then women always have this thing about, you're not listening to me, but the men really do try, So anyway, then the woman, she'll say nasty things about the man. She'll be like, oh, you know what? He acts like a bitch sometimes. Like, or she'll say something like, just like, I told him to wash the dishes and he couldn't even wash them the way I would wash them. Like just little like cutting him up in every single sentence that she says, even though in his sentences, he just used a lot of, feeling words. Like it really makes me feel like, she's not patient enough. It really makes me feel like I can't do enough. It really makes me like, so stuff like that. So the women usually do need a lot of, getting put in check again, and the husbands really appreciate that because they'll be like, "Thank you, Cerise," and we all get off the phone laughing. We all get off the phone like pretty much singing, and they go and they make love and they're merry. So I love being a soul coach, and that's what my business is. That's what my job is, and when I write, that's where my heart is. And so when I find people apartments and when I find real estate for people, that's a side hustle that I really enjoy. And it's just, easy for me because I have a lot of connections here and I know what's available. And when someone wants something and they're on a budget, just make the hookup and everything's good, right? So yeah, and coming to Sosua is beautiful, but just kind of getting back to just being here and living here and being able to afford things here, it really depends on your budget. I always feel like people come here and for their first time, their first month or whatever, they overspend. They don't know where to shop. They are going out buying a lot of street food. They're not cooking as much. Sometimes they're gaining weight and they're feeling uncomfortable. They're spending more money instead of saving as much money as they thought they would or they know they could. So usually it's the first month and sometimes it's the first 3 months. But after that, it depends on how much foot walking you're doing and how much talking you're doing to people and getting to know the area that you live in the stores you can shop in and what days they have their specials and getting to know the truck delivery guy for the food and also anything else you need. Really, you don't need much to survive here except pay your rent, pay your electricity, and buy your food. That's all you really need, right? Because the electricity, like I said, is not expensive. If you get a really good economical rent, then you're good. And you don't have any other unexpected worries. Now, if you're paying healthcare, healthcare can be expensive. I think healthcare can be expensive because I'm a Canadian and I never had to pay for healthcare before back in Canada. So my healthcare here is like 3,700 pesos. That's like I don't know, 80 bucks Canadian a month. That's like a big expense for me. For me, like I'll go out and I'll spend like 80 bucks on Temu, like I'll order stuff on Amazon and that's how I tell myself, Cerise, it's healthcare. Right? I've never used it before, but I still pay it every month because you never know when you might need it, right? So I pay that every month, and that's my biggest, I would say, expense outside of my living, my everyday living, and it annoys me a little bit. But then again, you can't pay that much. You cannot put a price on health, right? So it just annoys me because it's so expensive, and I know that in Canada, I never paid for any of that. It was always free. But when I speak to a person from the United States and they're like, oh no, this is great. Like, this is a good price and stuff, especially people that take medication and, people that are older and stuff, they think it's a really good price. So I think it really is a matter of perception and also, I guess, upbringing. Because again, in Canada, we didn't pay for that. It was just, it was free. So, I think we take that for granted. And if I was to ever go back to Canada, I wouldn't be able to get health care right away anyway. I would have to renew my health card, and I would also have to wait 3 months before they give me any type of health care. You have to be in the country for 3 months, even if you are a Canadian citizen. So I just chalk it up to, you know what, I'm here, let me just pay for it. It's a good trade-off. And so that's pretty much it. But it also depends on your age, how much you pay, and it also depends on the package that you get, and it also depends on your health, your existing health conditions. So I have the middle package at Universal Insurance, and I don't have any health conditions. And I just, that's it. I just have a like a middle. I didn't get the basic package. I got the middle package. I didn't get the top. There's three main packages, and I didn't get the top tier package because it just didn't make sense. But I also thought it's nice to get the nice medium of the road, right? So that's what I get. With universal insurance, there's people that have different insurance companies here. People sometimes pay a lot less, but I have a friend that was with a different insurance company, and they just raised it right up like on him. He was like so happy with it, and he was like so pleased with the price and so pleased with the service. And then all of a sudden they just raised it up like a whole bunch more than what it would be if he was with a more reputable company like where I'm at, Universal. So, and Universal raises the prices too. And, I don't like that when I go in and they're like, oh, now it's 3,600. I'm like, well, how is this 3,700 or something, right? I'm like, how is it like $3,700, 700 pesos now? I come right out and I tell them straight up, like, how did you raise it like that? Just last time you raised it 6 months ago. Like, how do you guys feel like raising this price all the time? You guys are taking advantage of people's health. It's not cool. It's a lot of money every month. But then I talk myself out of complaining because I'm like, girl, you get your butt off Temu then. I love Temu. And, I'm always on Temu. I order stuff for my dog, for my cat, for my neighbors, because it's just sometimes, it's just really good prices. And it's just, I don't have a shopping addiction, but I just really like to get little packages too from EPS. It's a nice little feeling. So anyway, that's one thing that I find is a big expense, the insurance. What else? I think that's about it, guys. This has been a really long one. Let me see. Greg, you're killing me. I feel like I need a session during brunch now. While you're on the damn fourth. But yeah, guys, I didn't think I was going to be coming at you for this long, but clearly I need to start doing this more again, like I used to. And I appreciate you guys so much and for hanging out with me. And yeah, we just want to say prayers before we go. Let's pray for the family that is being affected today in Punta Cana with their missing daughter. And after we did this whole entire filming, this whole entire live, and we read together about the body, if it is in the ocean, and how it will start to disintegrate, and the limbs and the feet and the hands and the arms will all start to pull apart, and the head will fall off. And oh my gosh, my mind is blown, just because I was just thinking the body will float on top of the water and they'll find it floating somewhere, right? But that's not so. And it is possibility, though. It's a possibility between 3 to 7 days, it said. So let's really hope that they at least find remnants of her, because I think it's pretty safe to say that she's most likely deceased, unfortunately. And let's really hope if this young man, this American young man, if he is guilty of foul play, let's just hope that he has a guilty conscience and that God touches his heart to just admit it all so he can get it off his chest. And then the parents can also find some type of a, resolution with inside themselves, that they know what happened to their daughter, even if they don't find the body. And then, he can be prosecuted and he can be, do the crime for his time. I think at the end of the day, we all have to keep each other safe, and we all have to be careful when we're on vacation or when we are just anywhere that is a different surroundings. I know right now that hotel is getting a lot of flack in Punta Cana. No water, no AC, and key cards. Like they were, and no electricity on the beach. Like they were living like refugees, and they paid for that vacation, you know? That is like so sad. But sometimes some things have to come to light. They're probably going to get sued, and that's going to be a sad situation as well. I just hope that everybody that's involved, um, you know, can sleep well eventually. Guys, thank you so much. Thinking about sleeping well, I am going to go take a shower and wash off this makeup and pin my hair up. And I am going to let you guys go. I love you so much. Oh, what does this say right here? Law and Crime mentioned the resort had 5 drowning deaths in January. Oh, Crime Network, Law and Crime Network. I love them. Oh my gosh. Sidebar? Was it Sidebar? Oh, I gotta watch them. That's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna take a shower and then I'm gonna get myself some nice cold water since I've been talking so long, and I am going to watch that. Oh my gosh, if they're talking about it, then this is big stuff, guys. This is gonna be a lot. And they mentioned 5 drownings in January. Whoa. Oh, that's just too much. So if there's 5 drownings in January, then this kid's going to really most likely have a good alibi. If he says a wave went over her and then he didn't know she drowned and he just stayed waiting for her to come out the water and fell asleep and then realized she didn't come out the water, and he thought maybe she came out of the water while he was sleeping and he went back to his hotel room, he may not get charged. He may not get charged. He may just say, I fell asleep when the wave went over her head. I was delirious. It was a long night. I didn't realize that she would drown. And I just kind of was falling asleep and fell asleep and woke up and she wasn't there. You know, went back to my hotel room. That's quite possibly the truth too. You know, that could be the truth as well, because he said he did fall asleep. He said she did walk away. If someone has a lack of sleep, because this was like, they went to the beach at 4:15 in the morning. Her friends left at 5:55 and he still stayed on the beach. You know, he was probably up for maybe 24 hours. And when people are that young and they're up for 24 hours, sometimes they just get delirious. So it could be that he did fall asleep for a minute. It could be that he, you know, saw her get taken by a wave but was in the middle of his sleep and didn't realize that she drowned. And you know, so maybe there is some truth to that. You know, if those waters are that rough. 5 people in January? That's unbelievable. That is unbelievable. That is, that's probably why the local police was quick to rule to that. That's right. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. Clem, is it? Yes, that is right. Because the police are like, oh, this happened 5 times in January. This is only March. It just rained the other day. You know, she's in the water 4 o'clock, 5 o'clock in the morning. Of course, there's waves at that time, even more usually because the sun's not as heavy. The sun's not as hot during that time. So the water is cooler, you know, and they're probably like, yeah, she's a young tourist going out swimming. Of course she drowned. And that's what exactly why they ruled that way. You're right. 100% you're right. And he also said that there was a big wave, which it all could really make sense. But why didn't he go and report it to the front desk? You know, was he just out of it? Just tired? Just wanted to get back to his hotel room, hungover, not thinking right? Just a young kid, irresponsible? I guess we'll get to that. But yeah, 5 drownings in January. That was just a mistake waiting to happen. Um, that was just a hotel waiting to get exposed. That's too many people in January drowning. That's too many people anywhere in a year at one hotel drowning. You know, 5 people in 1 month. That's during high season as well. That means a high amount of tourism, and they should have had way more people on the beach, way more employees on the beach looking after these tourists. KV, I live on a beach here, and they close it from 7 p.m. to 7 a.m. to the resort tourists and locals. Yes. 5 drownings since January. Okay, Clem, I got you now. Since January. But yeah, KV, you live on, like, well, I won't tell everyone where you live, but yeah, you live right on a main beach, right? So I didn't know they closed that beach, but that's smart. You know, that's what they should be doing on a resort. They should be telling people, look don't be on the beach after certain hours. But I guess they feel like they shouldn't. But don't you share a beach with a resort or something, like near a resort, or at least a hotel or something like that? Um, but okay, so 5 people since January, but we're only in March, right? So that's just 2 months. 5 people since January. That's still a large chunk of people to drown. I mean, it's a resort, you know? They should be having more people on that beach. ET says the guy is from Iowa. Check this out. The guy's from Iowa. Do they have any photos of him yet? Wow. So still though, I mean, like, I'm looking at Playa Sosua. The last time I heard about a drowning on Playa Sosua, I hear like maybe twice a year, right? Like, not twice a year. If I had to put it on average, it would be once a year. My complex shares it with Casa Marina Resort. Yeah, that's what I thought. You live like right with where there's a resort. The link has a photo of him and her, but where's the link? Let me see. Can you send me the link on my WhatsApp? My number is sí, el cliente ven aquí mañana en la mañana, pero él es aquí ahora, pero él dormir en un hotel en la calle cerca al apartamento. So my number is I'll send to your WhatsApp. Okay, ET, thank you. 829-702-7726. So hey, I'll message you when I get off the live, okay? So, oh, did you message me? Are you a 310 number? This is the long crime one.
Brand new surveillance video just in, showing the last known moments of a missing couple.
Oh, they're arm in arm.
Like right before she vanished. We're learning new information about the man
They're
she's
arm in
seen
arm.
heading to the beach with. What he is reportedly telling authorities, and why there are reports that his stories don't add up. We're on the case presented by Law and Crime. I'm Chris Stewart.
His stories don't add up. Oof. Oh gosh.
The search for Sudiksha Konanki.
Sudiksha, he had a hard time with that too, so I don't feel so bad now. I'm going to watch that later. Thank you so much for sending that to me. But where's the link? And photo of guy last seen with her. Oh. Is he an older man? Anyway, it's not coming up. I'll wait for your WhatsApp. Él es aquí para un mes. Posible más. Él quiere usar el apartamento para passive income en Airbnb después. Pero él es aquí para un mes. Sorry, just doing some business with a landlord here. So, yeah, sorry, I sent it to your business WhatsApp. Where's my business? Where's my business WhatsApp? Oh, I'm on it. I'm on it right here. This is my oh, wait. This is my business WhatsApp. Did you send it to 809? 809 is my personal WhatsApp. I have so many WhatsApps, guys. But if you can send it to 829-702-7726. And I'll check it out there. But so if Long Crime are saying that his stories are not matching up, you know, they don't mess around, Long Crime Network. I really admire their network, their YouTube channel, because they're all about the facts. They're all about giving everything that is so true. But yeah, I would say that, let me see. I'll repeat it. Sorry. 829 702 7726. I'll say it again. 829 702 7726. Got it. Okay. Yeah. So if he is like, oh, he made it to the Long Crime Network and her story made it to CNN, America doesn't fool around. When they're on the case, they are on the case. Oh my gosh. Do I have any coffee left in this? A little bit. No water left. Okay, here. Got you. Oh. The mystery hunk. Oh. The mystery hunk seen with his, I'm going to show you guys the photo. Hold on. The mystery hunk seen with his arm draped around missing spring breaker Sudiksha, I'm going to try to say her name. Sudiksha on the morning she vanished has been named by police sources as American Joshua Stephen Ribe. I don't know what last name that is. A source close to the investigation told dailymail.com that Ribe, 24, a powerfully built former high school wrestler, was being cooperative. He is still in Punta Cana, but not currently considered a suspect. I heard he was already in the United States, so he must be questioned here by the FBI. Dominican authorities are currently in possession of his passport. However, there is nothing to stop him lawfully retrieving it and flying back to the United States, the source explained. It's believed that the investigators also have the American's phone, but are waiting for legal authorization to examine the device. Reby and the missing woman were seen striding towards the beach together around 4 a.m. on March 6. They were part of a larger group of their friends. At 5:55 a.m., the others went back to their rooms, leaving Reby and the missing woman on the beach. I keep calling her missing woman because I don't pronounce her name right. Sudiksha. According to Reby, the pair went for a swim, but were caught by a large wave. Reby says he clambered back to the shore and then fell asleep. She was never seen again. Her body has not been seen or found, but Dominican police remain convinced she drowned. Here's what he looks like. Can you guys see him? There we go. Young wrestler though, you know, big boy. He got caught in a wave and then he just went on the shore and went to sleep. I don't know, sometimes truth is stranger than fiction. I mean, did he have too much to drink? Did it take that much energy for him to get back to the shore? And why didn't you go back in the water and help the woman? You know, he's got a lot of answering to do. But, I mean, who does that? You know, no matter how tired you are from the night before, you definitely look out for other people. If there's no crime he committed at all, I guess the only crime would be a lack of humanity. Not a lot of compassion happening there, maybe, I don't know. But he does look young, and the fact that he is a wrestler, he could have pulled her out of the water, people would think. But if it is a big wave and it's a riptide, you really do have to save yourself first, right? Just like when you're on an airplane, you grab that oxygen for yourself first. So there's just so many different avenues to this story, but his story is the one that has to be solid. His story sounds right now like a soup sandwich. It just sounds like a sandwich that was dipped in soup, doesn't have much substance to it, and there's nothing you can do with it. So yeah, thank you for that, ET. Holy, I need to do another live on this again, guys, because we are all like, especially you guys on here, you guys are all like sleuths. You guys are on it. I love that. That's awesome. All right, so I'm actually gonna go and watch this one here that was just sent to me from one of you guys. And it's on Law and Crime Network. Let me see. Right here. It is called, I'm going to show you guys just in case you guys want to watch it. Law and Crime Network, right here. It's called New Video Shows Missing Student with Man at Punta Cana Resort Before She Vanished. It was put up 3 hours ago, and yeah, I'm gonna watch this. I'm just gonna go take a shower. I'm gonna pin up my hair, get some water, and then I'm gonna sit down and I'm gonna watch this and really get some information on it. I might even do this for my Fairfax Files crime channel this Friday. You never know. Any information you guys get, send it to me, please, because I do watch Law and Crime Network. It's really nice to see that they're following it. I don't watch CNN, but the Daily Mail, I will check it out. So thank you, ET, for that. And let me see. Awesome video again. Wow. Thank you so much, Bev White, for watching. Bev White Martini in La Casa. I love you, girl. All right, guys. Thank you so much for joining me. You guys are awesome, beautiful. Please make sure you guys check out my other channels, Sister Cerise, if you're into entertainment news, and then Fairfax Files, if you guys are into crime, and then good night, everyone. Good night, Clem. Thank you so much for all your information, and also that guy, and also Tony, and also ET, and everyone that joined us. And let me see. Rich says the U.S. jumped the gun, as they said, and issued a level 2 warning to travelers about the Dominican Republic. Unreal. See, yeah, they did jump the gun. But it just seems like, you know, the U.S., I think if they don't do that, then they will be condemned, because they always have to look out for their Americans abroad. Canada, I don't know if they're so quick to do it. But again, the U.S. also sometimes has an ulterior motive. Sorry, Americans, but sometimes the U.S. is like, yeah, see, we told you, don't go spend your money abroad. Stay here and keep spending your money in America. You know, America has everything. America has California, Florida, all the way to New York. They have every single climate pretty much, you know. So yeah, I mean, Florida grows oranges, and then you got New York that has snow. The United States has almost every climate. Canada doesn't. So very interesting how Americans are still clamoring to get out of there, and they're like, they just want to get away. And it has a lot to do with the economy. Hopefully, with what Elon Musk is doing right now and getting into all of the wasted money, it can now be taken and given to people in America and put in the right spots. People that, you know, are really needing that extra handout, you know. Anyway, guys, we got to do this again soon. I'm sure we will. I love you so much. Thank you so much for joining me. Huge hugs, big blesses. Again, yeah, see me on my Fairfax Files and my Sister Cerise channel. Bye, guys. Thank you so much for chilling with me. It really means a lot. God bless you.